at the merchandising, we've got hoodies, t-shirts, keyrings, as well as programs. And in those programs, there are autograph pages, and you can go and get Gemma and every other GB athlete's autograph. Some of the other GB athletes to watch out for today are, as mentioned, Gemma's lovely husband, Ewan. He's a third Dan. He's fighting at the new category of under 100 kilos. He's a two-time world bronze medalist, very jealous, and former KO Cup winner. Also from GB today, we have Tom Reed, who's the second Dan, who's fighting at under 81 kilograms. He just recently got gold at the IJF Miami Grand Prix and 7th in the IJF Grand Prix. Last but by no means least is Chris Sherrington, also goes by the nickname of Tasty, so you can cheer for Tasty when he's fighting. He's a London 2012 Olympian. He got bronze at the San Grand Prix, and he's also a Royal Marine. So, that's about it from me today, and I just want to say, before I say goodbye, here's a short video on the basics of judo. Bye everyone!
Hold them down against the position. The contest can last up to 5 minutes once the order of different throws and holds. In the event of a tie, the contest order goes to score with the winner of the body or the muscle. There are 7 categories in both the men and women's events. With each category, we play in a knockout format. The finals
Good morning and welcome to Glasgow. On behalf of the European Judo Union and myself, Loretta Doyle, I'd like to welcome you to this second day of this international event. Over 2 days, we'll be watching 90 athletes representing 24 countries. And today, we're watching the weight categories 81s, 90s, and 100s and plus 100s. And it will be a very exciting day for Great Britain. Many outstanding performers that are all got their sights set on that gold medal today. So do stay with us because we'll be starting very shortly in about approximately 1 minute's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the referees for the first set of fights. And now let the judo begin. Let's bring our first set of competitors into the arena.
So as the athletes walk into the stadium, it's the first match of the second day of this international tournament here in Glasgow. You've just joined me, my name's Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to the Glasgow European Open. Over the weekend, watching 90 athletes representing 24 countries. And just approaching the mats now on mat number 1. We'll be watching from Great Britain, Spalding McIntosh, Theo. And he'll be up against the Canadian, a young man, pretty unknown, Simrose Zumom of Canada in the blue. So Spalding in white, Canada in the blue. So Simrose, Canadian champion, and back in 2012, the Miami Open took a bronze medal. He's up against Spalding McIntosh, Theo, 7th in the under-23 European Championships back in 2010, and British Championships, 3rd place. And back in 2011, the European Cup, a 3rd place in Malaga. So, and he'll be trying desperately to set his smarts here and taking a medal at this first Glasgow European Open. As we always expect, the first opening matches of the competition is very cagey indeed. Neither one of these athletes really want to sacrifice too much and make a mistake, because it'll cost them very dearly indeed. Straight knockout means that losing a match would be out of the tournament. So it's only understandable that they take their time with caution and making sure every move is well calculated. Here we've got a lot of contact. Nice deep Ochigari there from the Canadian. Spalding coming back, doesn't look phased at all by this. Oh, and a nice reach there and a great counter. So Theo now taking the lead with the Yuko on the board. A great take back there. As I say, this Canadian very a little bit unknown. Third place in the Canadian Championships, but I'm quite sure he's here to set his sights and preparation on the Commonwealth Games next year. As we know, Glasgow are hosting the 2014 Commonwealth Games. But also Glasgow is hosting for the next 5 years the European Open as well as the European Championships in 2015. Full credit to British Judo and Judo Scotland, an amazing arena here, and the supporters very knowledgeable indeed. No. Theo desperately trying to get that leg out. He's in a great position there for Osakomi. He's tied up the head very nicely indeed. And Tatishio Gatami is the hold he's using. And a very well secured hold indeed. And the Canadian now in a lot of trouble. A great start for this young man from Great Britain. And what a great start for this crowd as well, as they all applaud and is placed into the second round. If you've just joined us, my name's Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open. 90 athletes competing over 2 days, representing 24 countries. So now we're coming up to 2 British contenders. It's a very hard match indeed. In the white gi, we have Michael Hawley, of Great Britain. 4 European Cup medals this year already. Outstanding performer. British Championships this year, 3rd place. And he's up against Fraser Chamberlain, also from Great Britain. Now Chamberlain comes out very feisty indeed. Very positive attitude as he comes over, desperately trying to get that right arm over the top of the high collar. Leaving himself open a little bit with that Ashiwaza. Hawley now starts taking control, taking the head down, and a couple of Ashiwazas there trying to break the balance of Chamberlain.
On mat 2, the win to Attila Istvan Ungvari from Hungary.
As we expect, very little in it between these two gentlemen, as they fought each other many times on home soil. But Mashido now just been awarded to Fraser Chamberlain.
In the white judo gi, representing Australia, Jake Andrewartha. And in the blue judo gi, representing the Czech Republic, Jan Pinta.
So Osakomi there, and a win for Michael Hawley. Great experience for this young man, Fraser Chamberlain. But on the day, Hawley being the stronger of the two British opponents to go through to the second round of this men's 90 kilo category. Now, for the excitement of the crowd, we have a very mature, experienced athlete indeed just approaching the mat area, and that's Ewan Burton from Great Britain. 2 times world bronze medalist, an Olympian, and a local hero for Scotland. After the Olympic Games, decided he was going to retire, went into coaching and put a lot of time into the GB team, the junior GB team, and for Scotland as well, working as part of the coaching structure within Scotland, and then all of a sudden got a second change, a change of opinion and a change of mind, knowing that obviously the European Open on home ground was a fitting place for him to be, and felt that he still had enough left to give on the judo mat as a competitor. So we'll just see how he gets on today. But I can assure you he's been training extremely hard. Married just recently to Gemma Gibbons, Olympic silver medalist. And there, a great start for Ewan Burton with a wonderful Uchimata, and dispose of Jacobs Andrew of USA within seconds of the opening match. So that's a great start for Ewan Burton. So Adrizio of Italy in white, again just approaching the mat. Karlsson of Sweden in the blue. Now moving across to the under 100 kilos. In the first round of the 100 kilos, and yes, it is a change. Ewan Burton was, if your eyes thought you were seeing something, yes, Ewan Burton is fighting in the under 100s. A change for his 90 kilos. Felt that a little bit of strength and a bit more weight on would give him the advantage that he requires for this level of competition. But we're here now to the first round of the men's under 100 kilos. Italy in white, Sweden in blue. Adizio of Italy comes in and swiftly there with the Taetoshi, the elbow caught up, driving his opponent over. And again, within seconds of the contest starting, totally destroying the Swede Karlsson, who goes out in an early exit of this tournament. Now, we're swiftly going through this, but if we carry on this way, we'll be finished at midday. But still, staying with the 100 kilos, we have Adam Hall of Great Britain. He's up against a very experienced Austrian, Christoph Kronenberg, who's in the blue gi. So as the men approach the mat, this is mat number 1. We have Austria in the blue and Great Britain in the white. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open. Competition was held over 2 days. This is the second day of the competition, where we'll be watching the weight categories 90, 100, 80, 81, 90, 100 and plus 100. 90 athletes participating over the 2 days, representing 24 countries. So sadly for Adam Hall, an early exit from this competition, but a great win for Kronberg of Austria, who goes through to the second round of this men's under 100 kilos. So now coming up again, another very experienced athlete indeed. We have Matthew Percy, who's in the men's under 90 kilos, and he's up against the British contender Theo Spalding McIntosh. And as you saw, McIntosh had a great start in the first round. This is the second round now of the men's under 90s. Matthew Percy, the stronger of these, more experienced athlete between these two British contenders. Matthew, 32 years of age, this young man. And this year, third place in the Pan American Open in San Salvador. IGF Grand Prix in Miami, fifth place. And in Buenos Aires this year, a third place. British Championships this year, ranked number one in Great Britain. And previous results. A very, very strong junior indeed, a second silver medal in the junior under 20 European Championships. As well as a couple of places that he picked up in the Europeans. This is where the experience and maturity of this athlete, Matthew, comes in with his Niwaza. Very dangerous place for Theo to be in. A little bit of a lucky escape there. So Shido being awarded now, which is the second one for Matthew Percy. So it's 1-2 for Matthew. So 3.5 minutes left in this match. So very, very close match indeed. Halfway through this contest, and it's two Shidos each. Still head to head, really. Very little in it. And a gutsy grapple there from Theo that really cost him dearly there, but full credit for him to make that commitment. But a counter-attack there puts a Wazari on the board for Matthew Percy, who now again is working in the Niwaza, and Osakomi now. And this looks like that Theo is in a lot of trouble and very, very tight. And this is where Matthew Percy is very, very strong indeed.
On mat 2, moving to Benjamin Appelé of Belgium. On mat 1, moving to Matthew Percy of Great Britain. And going on to mat 2 now. In the over 100 kilos, in the white judo gi representing Great Britain, Chris Sheffington. And the blue judo gi representing France, Alexandre Robin.
So now we come on to mat, staying with mat number 1. We're now with the 90 kilos again, staying with this weight, second round. Lopocchio of Italy, Timothy from Austria. Italy in white, Australia in blue. This is the second round of the men's under 90 kilos. If you've just joined us, my name's Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open. This first time that Glasgow has hosted a major international judo event. And this is the first of 5 European Opens that they will be hosting, as well as the European Championships in 2015. And next year we'll be seeing all the Commonwealth countries coming together in Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. So it's no surprise that we see a lot of the Australians, Canadians and the home countries coming together for this international event. A good benchmark for them in the city of Glasgow. 90 athletes competing over 2 days, representing 24 countries. So a lovely finish there in the first minute and a quarter there. A great start again for the Italian, who goes through to the third round of this men's 90 kilo category. And these contests are finishing very quickly indeed. There's no messing around as we go. Most probably be finishing at midday if they had their way anyway. But again, we saw Michael Hawley in his first round. Now he's back to join us again with Sassoon of Israel, a very tough opponent indeed in the white gi, and Michael Hawley of Great Britain in the blue. Michael comes out within straight out attacking, very positive attitude indeed. But as we know, Sasson from Israel, a very tough opponent. A lot of experience under this young man's belt. Sasson trailing with that one judo. Very defensive posture indeed for both these athletes. The Israeli in the European Cup this year alone has taken 3 medals. European Championships 5th place this year. So a very strong opponent altogether. So, but Michael Hawley's doing extremely well. Dominating quite nicely, but still there's no score on the board, which is really important with 3.5 minutes left in the contest. On a great counter there, scoring the first score there on the board, which is a Yuko to the Israeli.
On mat 2, moving to Pierre-Alexandre Robin from France.
So 2 minutes and 18 seconds left in this match. Michael Hawley trailing 1 Yuko. Oh no, and it's going to be, oh, and a fantastic Ogoshi there. Score Nippon. And sadly for Michael Hawley, an exit out of the contest. So
On mat 1, moving to Alon Sasson from Israel.
So just over halfway in this match. 2 Shidos to the Slovenian. Kukovic. Great. Oh, and a great switch there from the Australian. Mark Anthony scoring upon and going through to the next round of this men's under 90 kilos.
On mat 1, the win to Mark Anthony from Australia.
Now coming up, shortly is the men's under 100 kilograms. From Seca of Portugal in the white gi, and he's up against GB Ewan Burton. Ewan Burton, double world bronze medalist, 81 kilos, has now moved up to under 100s.
Representing Great Britain, Ewan Burton.
Very close grappling style there. Heads drawn very close together.
In the white judo gi representing New Zealand, Ivica Pavlic. And in the blue judo gi representing Uruguay, Alan Abrahamian.
No. Fonseca, Forge, 20 years of age. 14 years a junior of Ewan Burton. Ewan there working in the Niwaza. But obviously Forge not looking to give anything away right now. Very, very strong lad indeed. Forge picking up a bronze medal in Bucharest this year. 5th place in the under-20 European Championships back in 2011. Very, very strong junior indeed from this young man from Portugal. But up against GB's most experienced athlete competing here today, Ewan Burton. And on home soil, trains in Edinburgh. And had semi-retired and went into coaching directly after the Olympic Games. And has a bit of change of mind now. Changing the weight category. But the strong Portuguese lifting Ewan over there. Still very much in this contest. Very, very close match indeed. And a lovely. Surely it should have been a score. Very, very close indeed. But nothing being put on the board right now. But again.
Coming on to mat 2 now. In the under 81 kilos.
Well, the referees and the care system believe it wasn't a score.
Representing Austria, Stefan
Two
Kuchar.
Shidos on the board for Ewan Burton, so if it was to finish right now, Ewan would be out. Fonseca, very strong indeed in this weight category, making it very difficult for Ewan Burton. He's probably wondering to himself right now, did I really need to come out of retirement for this? Oh, goodness me. Now, if there was more connection and support on that, we could have been seeing Ewan go for a flying lesson. Very strong Portuguese contender. Real powerhouse. Very dangerous indeed for Ewan. But the crowd are behind Ewan, supporting him all the way. Obviously want to see this homeboy take the gold medal. Just losing the leg there as he approached him for the Ouchigari, just off that grip. High collar grip, very, very strong indeed as he draws his weight down onto the shoulders and breaking his balance there. Forge looking slightly uncomfortable in a very dangerous situation there. Grado Sota off to the side there. So 30 seconds to go, and is Ewan Burton going to lose this match? Two Shidos on the board on his side, and desperately trying to come back. Forge really hanging on and digging his heels in. Oh, yes! Oh, well, the crowd erupt, and it's the bit of excitement you really need on a Sunday morning. Well, that's woke them all up. So Ewan Burton looking a little bit relieved there in that match with only 17 seconds left on the clock. Scores an ippon and shows the class that he really is in this competition. So now we're coming up to what will be a very interesting match. You have James Austin, number one in Great Britain, a very strong athlete indeed. And we have Shrumans of Australia in the blue. Now the winner of these two will go through to meet Ewan Burton in the semi-final of this men's under 100 kilograms. Two very strong British contenders. We have James Austin and we also have Ben Fletcher.
In the white judo gi representing Australia, Jake Amduata. In the blue judo gi representing
So James working extremely hard here against a very strong and awkward Australian here. Obviously a contender for the Commonwealth Games next year. But this weight category, Great Britain is a very strong weight indeed for us. Philip Alcaraz, a very strong young man, number 1 in the country. Benjamin Fletcher, 2 currently, and Theo Spalding, 3rd. And joining me soon will be Gemma Gibbons, Olympic silver medalist. Oh, and a lovely finish there, and sadly for James Austin. A lesson learnt, and he'll be desperately disappointed in that. This very strong Australian indeed, Shermans, who goes through to the next round of the men's under 100s. So that means that the Australian will meet Ewan Burton in the in the quarterfinals.
Coming on to mat 1 now. In the under 100 kilos. In the white
So now,
category,
again, staying with 100s, and mat number 1, we have Ben Fletcher.
in the blue
Outstanding
category,
athlete, this young
representing
man, only 21 years of age,
Glasgow.
and already setting some very high targets as a junior athlete and also on the senior circuit. He's up against Ardizio of Italy. So Ben just really taking his time here, drawing that arm over there onto the belt so he can lift him onto the hips. The Italian trying to keep the space between them. Obviously feel threatened with that grip round the back from Ben Fletcher. Coming in for a Makakomi, but countered there from Ben Fletcher. Just didn't get enough leverage on it. Oh, and a lovely attack there. Scoring a Yuko. Putting Ben Fletcher in the driving seat now. Again, Ben looking for the Niwaza. As he comes in for... Well, the referee's not allowing too much time down there in Niwaza. Ben really has to sort of shake it up a little bit. Slightly slower than what's required down in the Niwaza. And as we know, that is his forte. He's very, very strong down there, but just a little bit too slow into reacting. Now again, as he turns his opponent over, as you can see, nice technique there in the Niwaza, but very, very strong Italian indeed that's stopping any execution down there. So Shido being awarded as the second one for Ben. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. He is leading with that Yuko though. The Osota attack, then the Italian, which is countered back from Ben Fletcher as he grapples away down there in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity. And the choke is there, but again, it's over onto the chin. To the frustration of Ben Fletcher as he looks up. And again, the choke is, I'm not sure if it's under the chin there. The referee looking as well. So 1 second left, and it looks like Ben Fletcher, unless he does something silly, takes this match and goes through to the next round of this men's under 100 kilograms. So coming up shortly, staying with mat number 1 in the under 100 kilograms, is De Guide of Italy, and he's up against Kronenberger of Austria.
Moving to Ben Fletcher from Great Britain.
Italy in white, Austria in blue, and a great win for Ben Fletcher,
On mat 2, moving to Benjamin Amélie
who
from
goes through into the
Belgium.
quarterfinals of this men's under 100s. Now, Ben will have the winner of the next match that's coming up quite shortly. Italy in white and Austria in the blue. And hoping to join us soon will be Gemma Gibbons.
On to mat 1 now in the under 100 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Italy, Domenico Di Guida. In the blue judo gi representing Austria, Christoph Kronberger.
And I'm delighted to say joining me right now is Gemma Gibbons, Olympic silver medalist for Great Britain.
Over 100 kilos. In the white judo gi representing
Welcome, Gemma.
Hi, hello.
Was it like being at a tournament that you don't have to fight?
It's quite nice actually. I'm not gonna lie, it's quite nice being able to watch all the action and not have to worry about making weight or doing the correct warm up and stuff, so I can just relax and enjoy
That's
the
it, and
judo.
chill and
Yeah.
just do the PR work, isn't it?
Yeah,
Shaking hands and kissing babies, huh? That's nice.
pretty much, but it's quite nice. I'm enjoying
It's lovely. And obviously, Mrs. Burton now.
Yeah.
Ah.
it
And
still
how's
sounds
married
strange.
life?
Yeah, really good. Same as before, really. Everyone says, how's it changed? But it hasn't changed at all. It's exactly the same, but it's really nice to say that he's my husband and that I'm his wife.
Oh, what a sweet thing.
A
A
bit
lovely,
soppy.
a bit soppy. That's what we like to hear, a bit of soppiness. And how's he performing today? How do you think his performance? Because he went into retirement, didn't he, Ewan?
He never actually officially retired. He
right.
said after London, even before London had happened, he said that whatever happened, that would be his last time performing at that level, and that was the last time he'd be competing for GB at an Olympics, World, Europeans, etc. But he always had one eye on the Commonwealth Games. For him, it's a home Commonwealth Games, first chance that he'll have to compete for Scotland, so it's been quite tempting for him. So yeah, he's moved up to the 100 kilo category and he's having a shot at it, and he's doing pretty well today.
Is
so
that a
far.
bit to do with your home cooking?
I can't cook at all, so no. No, he weighs about 90 kilos.
Oh, so he's given a lot of weight away, really,
yeah, he's
isn't
given
he?
about 2 stone away. But for the Commonwealth Games, there's 3 Scottish guys that are medal chances, and he doesn't, as a coach, because he's now Judo Scotland
That's
coach.
correct,
He
yes.
doesn't want to take away anyone's spot. But at the 100 kilo category, there's only one person, so he thought that he'd give it a go at that weight.
Oh, good for him. And how's he feeling today? Was it obviously the pressure is on him because he's a homeboy from Scotland, and he's always been a perfectionist in his training and preparation and that desire to win. Does he feel any extra pressure because he's had that time out a little bit?
I'm
And
not
then
sure, to be honest. I think, as you say, everyone that knew you and would know that he is a complete perfectionist with his training, but now that's not his job. His job is to be a coach, so he's not really training that much. He always puts coaching ahead of his own preparations for competing, so I think that actually takes the pressure off a bit, and he's just going out there enjoying it and just trying to, obviously he wants to win, no one wants to lose, but he does always say, and the actions that he takes shows that he does always put his coaching before fighting.
And does Ewan have a major influence with your preparation now that he's gone into a coaching sort of position? Does he work with you?
Yeah, definitely. Before the Olympics, I was down in Dartford, so my coaches were Kate, Howie and Darren Warner, but now that I'm up in Scotland, we don't like to say he's my coach, but
Yes.
he pretty much is, and yeah, he helps me loads.
That's it. And obviously a question a lot of people were saying, Commonwealth Games, yes, you can compete. Are you compete in Scotland or England?
Well, hopefully I'll be there. Team doesn't get selected until early next year, but fingers crossed I'll make the team, but it will be for England.
Oh, there'll be a lot of Scots out there very, very disappointed.
I know, it's going to be quite a few interesting months, I think, in the lead up to the Games.
Yes. Oh, right. And what's on the cards for you right now? What is your preparation, your programme for this year and for next in build up for that Commonwealth Games?
Yeah, it's been quite nice at the moment. Since Croatia, which I fought about 4 weeks ago, I haven't fought since, and I'm not fighting until the end of November. And it's been quite nice to have that block of time where I can get my training in, because I've had a couple of injuries this year, a broken thumb, and then got back from that and a broken wrist, and I had to rush back so that I could fight the World Championships. But I wasn't really in any real good shape to fight it, but I would rather have been there and given what I could at the time than not be there at all. So that's the decision we made. But now I've had this block of 8 weeks, and I'm really happy that I've been able to get a good training block in. So the next competition is Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, Japan Grand Slam and Korea Grand Prix, one weekend after the other. So it could be quite a long 3 weeks, but I'm looking forward to it as
And
well.
going back to the injuries, obviously you sustained an injury at the Olympic Games. You broke your thumb, and then you got the wrist. You broke your wrist. Was there any time, obviously an Olympic silver medalist, it's a pinnacle. You're floating on a big cloud, and was there any time you just thought, oh, is my body telling me something? Should I continue?
I think that every
What was
day
the
at the
drive?
moment.
What was the driving force to
No.
keep you going and motivating you to the next Olympic Games?
Everything is sore, and I do think, God, I'm only 26. How do the guys keep going until they're 34? But I think I'm just going through a little bit of a rough patch with injuries. But what keeps me going is that I'm not Olympic champion, I'm not world champion, I'm not even European champion. So there's so many titles out there that I still want to go and get.
So that's the drive for you, is
definitely.
to become world Olympic champion.
I want to be world class, not a one-off.
Yeah, that's really lovely to hear, because it is a question that a lot of people think, Olympic silver medalist, and then you're starting to pick up injuries. How can you just get up every morning and just keep motivating yourself and keep driving forward and see that goal in front of you? It's got to be very, very hard indeed.
It is hard, but I think it's the same feelings that made me get up when I wasn't doing well, doing so well before the games. But I knew I could, and I know now that I can be world champion and I can be Olympic champion, and I'm not yet, so that's what keeps me going.
Now, weight-wise, obviously you went down to 70 kilos, and you were part of the British team before the Olympic Games, and you were qualifying for the Olympics at 70s.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden that changed and you moved up to 78. Now, what is your weight now? Because we know you were very, very light then. Even at the Olympic Games you were very light.
72, 73 kilos at Olympic Games, and then I got up to 75, 76 after the first injury. So when I fought Germany, that's how much I weighed, and then I decided to get married. So then I went back down to 70 kilos so I could fit in my dress.
Of course.
And now I'm back up to 75, 76 kilos again. So I'm not giving away too much weight, but the goal has been in this last 4 weeks, in the next 4 week block, to put on as much muscle as possible, because I hadn't had that time to get those training sessions in the gym. So I'm about 75 at the moment and hoping to sustain that and just
Yeah, because obviously I've known you for years and years and years, and that was always the thing, your weight. It was just, you were always so light for the weight category you fought in, but you could always compete against the 78 players.
I think I'm just stubborn and don't want to lose.
That's you've got like I always say, a heart of a lion. You go out fighting, and you caution to win sometimes. Even I felt like, as a coach, you knew what you were doing. I hadn't got a clue, but you knew what you were doing. It was just let you get on with it. You had a good plan and you just went in for it. And it was the desire to win it rather than the tactical side of it. There was only one thought in your head for me, was that it was to win the match.
Yeah,
win
I think
the
that's
title.
one of the main aims when I go out. I just want to throw.
Yes.
That's the way that I win most of my
And it's a very
contests.
simple process, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a tactical thing, right? I've got to touch the left hand, I've got to keep this, and I've got to stop that. They've got a good uchima. You don't fuzz your head with a lot of thoughts. It's about one thing, direct. I want to win this.
Yeah, definitely. But I think at the top level, when it gets to those tiny little differences between you and your opponents of who's getting the medals, then tactics do come into it, and that's something I've been working a lot on recently. And it seems to be helping in training, and I'm just going to see if I'm able to put that into competition.
Now, obviously, you've moved up from England and you're now training and living in Scotland. How do you find the training up here?
Yeah, it's really, really good. I was quite anxious about moving up here. No one likes change, I definitely don't. I was at Bath for 3 years training there, and when I moved to Dartford I didn't want to go there, but within 6 months I really enjoyed it, and that would be my favourite place to train. And when I moved up to Scotland, if I'm honest, didn't really want to, because I was happy with my coaches and happy with my training environment. But I'm actually really, really happy up here. I get the best randori that I've ever had. The S&C stuff's absolutely great, and Ewan's a really good coach with all my technical and tactical stuff, so I'm really enjoying my time up here.
Yeah. Well, you look really happy as well, and that's the main thing. That's a bit of success, isn't it? That if you're happy in what you do, then you'll get more out of it. If
That's
you're
what
not
I've
happy,
always
it's not
said.
worth doing
There's
it.
literally no point doing it if it's making you unhappy every day. But
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it still, regardless of the injuries.
So obviously, a favourite here. You're wanting Ewan to win.
Yeah, definitely. You are too, right?
Yes, of course, of course. The thing is, though, when you having someone like Ewan, he is just such a, like you say, a perfectionist. For him to lose today, oh, you've got to take him home now.
I know, I'll have to put up with the sulking. No, he wouldn't be sulking. As I said, he's just come in here today, and obviously he wants to win like every judo player. I don't think you enter a competition if you don't. But his main focus is being a coach, and I think he's
So
doing
when
a
did
really
he
good
make
job
his
of that.
mind up to fight today? Because it just seemed all of a sudden.
Yeah,
that
literally a couple of weeks ago. So.
Really?
Yeah,
It was this-
he won the European Cup a couple of weeks ago, which meant he could self-fund this tournament. So he just thought, it being in Glasgow, why not? As I said, he said he'd never compete at the sort of Grand Slam, Grand Prix, World Cup level again, but because it's in Glasgow, literally 45 minutes away from where we live, he thought, why not? But if it had been anywhere else, he wouldn't have competed in this level of tournament.
So winning the Olympic silver medal, how has that changed your life?
Quite a lot.
So
It's changed it in lots of ways, but then in loads of ways it's exactly the same, and that's what I quite like about it. But yeah, it has changed it a lot. Before the Olympics, I could count on one hand the number of press interviews I'd done, and literally within 24 hours, I couldn't count on all my hands and feet and Ewan's hands and feet how many I'd done. So it's been a bit of a whirlwind, but it's been amazing, and I've got to experience some great stuff that I would never have had the opportunity to
So what
do before.
experiences have you got? Some of the memorable moments that you've either been to or seen or met people. What's the
Well,
most exciting
I
things?
went out to Rio de Janeiro with David Cameron and Anthony Joshua and Nicola Adams. We went out there with David to visit the favelas and the people out there and the people doing some good work out there. It's a company called Fight for Peace, and they use education and martial arts to get the young kids off the streets and into basically getting them out of the bad situation that they're in, and trying to educate them and using martial arts to get them in, to pull them in, because it's obviously good fun. I went on a celebrity version of £1 Million Drop to get some money for Stand Up to Cancer and Cancer Research UK, and managed to not lose the money, so that was good. Me and Ewan had our wedding photos and engagement photos in Hello magazine,
Oh,
so that was pretty
lovely.
nice, and just different little bits and pieces like that.
Oh, very, very exciting. And any advice to young children that are out there listening to you right now? What would you, and they're obviously they're inspired to be you.
Well,
What-
if they're people that haven't done judo before, I'd say just get yourself down to your local judo club. Doesn't matter if you're a girl, if you're a boy, if you're 6 years old, or if you're 16. It's a sport that anyone can try, and it's really good fun. For all the boys out there, if you want to like fighting with your boy mates and you always get told off for it, then judo is a place that you actually are allowed to do it. So it's good fun.
Oh, that's great. Well, thanks very much, Gemma, for coming to see us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you do get that gold medal going back, because he would be a bit of a grump. I'm quite sure he will be going home without that medal. But thanks again, and good luck for the rest of your career, and I'll see you again
Cool.
soon.
Thanks.
Thank
Martha.
you. What a lovely lady she is, Gemma Gibbons, Olympic silver medalist. And Why would she want to change any body parts? That's what I'd like to know. She's absolutely gorgeous. And like we say, Ewan Burton will be coming up quite soon in the quarterfinals for a place in the final of this men's under 100s. And we're doing really nicely along here with many outstanding performances. If you've just joined me, my name's Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the Glasgow European Open. 90 competitors competing over 2 days, representing 24 countries. And today, the second day of this competition, we're watching the weight categories 81s, 90s, under 100s and plus 100s. And hopefully later on we'll either have Ashley Mackenzie and Dr. George Kerr, who's a Glaswegian, well, half Glaswegian as he would say, as his father was brought up in Glasgow, but a legend in his own right for Scotland and for British judo. And it'll be quite nice to sort of catch up with him later on today, so please stay tuned with us.
Good morning, everybody. Lance Woods here, just filling in for Loretta as she speaks to one of the VIPs. We watching Michael Hawley, Great Britain, just finishing out the match against Kokovica of Slovenia. Hard fought one there. You can see just Shidos. We're going to be joined in a moment by Dr. Michael Callan. He's going to join us here in the commentary while we watch some judo. We'll give Loretta a small break. And it's good timing because we've got another British fighter coming on in a moment.
Good morning, Lance. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Yeah,
good.
what a great day.
That's great, isn't it? It's a
Yeah.
lovely stadium.
Yeah, yeah. Mixed results so far from the British, but some great judo.
Yeah, very good, very good. And what's your sort of takeout? I know you were quite busy yesterday with other things, but from yesterday, what was sort of the highlight for you?
Well, it's got to be the gold medal, isn't it?
Yep.
British gold medal. It's difficult not to be partisan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but and I thought also Paisha was very controlled, professional. Went about his business. So I thought that was very good.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Yeah.
So here we go. Matthew Percy just coming on. He's in white. He's against Laportio of Italy in the blue suit.
It's a strong right hand, isn't it?
And Mike, I understand you're here not just for the competition itself, but you're here for some coaching endeavours as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've got a British Judo Coaching Commission meeting tomorrow, so just trying to move forward with some initiatives there, trying to raise the standard of coaching in Great Britain.
Oh, okay.
I work with the British Judo Association through their coaching commission, and also yesterday, in my role as Secretary General of the Commonwealth Judo Association, we signed a hosting contract with Judo Scotland to host the Commonwealth Championships next year for cadets, juniors, and masters.
Right. Okay. And that's separate to the Commonwealth Games or the main event.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Commonwealth Games is a senior event. That'll be in
Yeah.
Glasgow, and world level event. And as part of the legacy for that, what we're trying to do is run a cadet and masters and junior event, so that the those players can get a little bit of the atmosphere and
Bit
so
of a
on.
taste.
Yeah. So that's it's a little bit before the main Commonwealth Games.
Okay. And that's held in Glasgow. Is that going to be in this stadium or another one? Do we know yet?
No. Judo Scotland are keen to spread an impact of the Commonwealth Games across Scotland. So the Commonwealth Championships will be held in Edinburgh.
Oh, right.
In,
Okay.
in the Meadowbank Stadium.
At Meadowbank.
Very famous judo stadium.
Absolutely. There were I saw some photos from David Finch of Meadowbank, I think from the Commonwealth Games when they were there.
That's right, 1986. I think
Yep.
I believe that was the first Commonwealth Games that had judo.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been thrown on that mat as well. A lot of competitions in Edinburgh end up in Meadowbank.
Yeah. Is that the second time Percy's tied his belt up?
I think so.
I think so. He's got a slippery judogi.
So I know it's hard to see on the TV graphics there, but the scores are tied. Matthew Percy's got one Shido. And Laportio he's got nothing at all. So 3 minutes 30 and a bit to go. Big grip around the side of the head.
Yeah, Percy's struggling to deal with that high grip on the right-sided high stance, isn't he?
Yeah.
His only solution at the moment is to sort of stiff arm it and slip out of his jacket.
You just see it there at the top of the picture, that big right hand,
Yeah.
right, coming down over the shoulder and past the ear. So both of them penalised. Matthew Percy goes 2 Shidos, Porcio 1. My Italian colleague behind me is getting very nervous. So in terms of the coaching, is it a conference or the congress that you've got to attend? So that's British Judo led. That's what myself as a coach in British Judo. There's going to be some output for that to help us in the clubs with technical direction, or I presume
it's a commission meeting. Commission meeting. So we have a responsibility to our funding partners to manage the UKCC process and report outcomes, review standards,
to see where things are going.
That kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you won't see direct outputs, but it's part of the process that goes on between British Judo and First for Sport, who are the awarding body.
Right. Okay.
To make sure that standards are being met.
Oh, good.
That's a bit better from Percy. He's gripping first now. He's managed to get the sleeve.
Nice attack.
But those kind of attacks, it should be scoring.
It's like you say, the difference there when he's got a good grip.
Yeah. Well, he managed to keep the hand off his high collar.
Yeah.
Gripped it first.
From Russia, Maxime Guga.
So the way the Shidos are stacked now, 3 Shidos to Percy, 2 Shidos to Laporcio. Percy's got to chase the fight.
That concludes the contest on mat 2.
You can see he's been training with Ewan Burton.
Same style.
I think so. It worked for Burton earlier on, didn't it? Right towards the end of that fight, he latched on and took the boy over for 10.
And you could tell, he was excited about it.
Yeah.
Trying to get the crowd going with him. And
Yeah. I think the thing with Ewan is he understands his responsibilities as a senior Scottish athlete. He's in Glasgow. It's important that there's an atmosphere, and he's got a role to play in creating that.
Oh, absolutely.
Very professional.
Yeah. We have to thank, the organisers here. This is a beautifully presented stadium.
Absolutely.
The field of play is lovely, and the camera work you're getting, you probably can't actually see quite how large and well presented this hall is.
It's almost brand new, apparently less than a year old.
Yeah. And this will be the venue for the 2015 European Championships.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's good that they're doing an event like this now.
And a stadium this size can easily take 3 mats, which would be what would be required for a senior Europeans. So now we've got Percy now chasing the fight. Oh, so many scoring chances.
So 1 minute left, 3 Shidos each. And along with the British coaching, you're working with European Judo Union with their coaching
That's
sort of
right,
delivery
yeah.
as well. How's that going?
Absolutely, that's it's fantastic. I was in Wavre in Belgium just recently for the EJU Education Seminar, and we've got courses running level 3, level 4 and level 5. I'm doing a lot of work in Iceland, in Greece.
Okay.
A lot of the smaller European nations are really taking on board the developments in coaching, being driven essentially by President Soloveichik. So EJU are doing an amazing job in driving forward coaching standards. I'm just delighted to be able to work with colleagues in Europe to move that forward.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm.
And sadly for the now very quiet British fans, Matthew Percy picks up his 4th Shido.
Yeah, disappointing.
Giuliano Laporcio from Italy.
You always had the feeling that he could have thrown that boy.
Absolutely. Shame, he'd worked really hard to get back.
Yeah,
Worked out how to get to survive a grip, get a
Yeah.
better gripping situation, and then
Yeah.
just because he was down on Shidos early on, it
yeah.
just didn't get a chance.
2 or 3 scoring chances he didn't capitalise on.
No.
Coming on to that one now, the second semi-final in the under 90 kilos. In the white tunic representing Israel, Alon Sasson.
So that puts Percy into a bronze medal fight. Is that right?
I believe so.
That
It
would have
hasn't
been
quite
the
come through the computer for me.
First semi-final, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. So this is the second one. Sasson of Israel against Anthony from Australia. I must admit, earlier I was very impressed with this Australian boy.
Yep.
Really nice movement.
Mark Anthony's been around quite a while. He's from near my part of the world. He was training in Paris with one of the Kiwi guys for quite a while, so
Yeah.
he does know a bit about European judo, whereas often the OJU players don't. So
This is the Israeli boy that threw Michael Hall, isn't it?
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, if I were a betting man, I think I'd be looking at the Israeli. What's your thoughts, Lance?
Well, there's an old saying in New Zealand: I support 2 teams, New Zealand and anyone playing Australia. It's just a saying. I'm not saying it's my opinion. Oh,
Yeah.
did well to get off that. So this is the semi-final. This is the other semi-final.
This is the second semi-final, yeah. And you do get the feeling that maybe the next time he's not going to get off that.
No, I think he's probably hoping his coach, it's Stuart Brain, his coach down there, I'll be hoping he gets a good ip on in now, because the longer this goes on, I think the odds are stacking up against him.
The problem he's got is as he pulls the Israeli in, the Israeli's going around the waist, and he's very, very dangerous there.
Yeah.
My opinion would be that Anthony needs to come inside on that Surite grip.
Yeah, it's difficult for him tactically, because he's being forced out,
Yeah.
and he tries to come in, and the moment he comes in, like you say, the
Yeah.
arm's going around the waist, and he's caught
Exactly.
too close.
Yeah, yeah.
Just getting that optimum space
Yeah.
is really hard for him.
Yeah, it doesn't. Anthony doesn't look to me like he's really got a sensible gripping strategy for this fight. He's all over the place with his kumikata.
No. He lifted again.
Yeah. Very explosive, Sasson. Don't know much about him. He's
Well, it's quite a young.
boy.
Yeah, there's quite a few young teams here, and
Yeah.
the Israeli men's team is quite a large one.
Mm,
But a lot of names that we haven't seen.
yeah. I'd say this would be one to watch for the future.
Yeah. So shortly, unfortunately, Mike's going to have to leave us because we have a. Oh,
yeah.
that was.
Wow, and it wasn't even the pickup either.
No, that was out of left field.
Yeah. Yeah, left Uchimata.
So shortly, unfortunately, Mike's going to have to leave us because we have a young celebrity coming up who I'm understood, wants to commentate one of the fights. And I think it's James Austin's fight she wants to commentate.
Is that right?
Either that or Ewan's. Or maybe Ewan's because she's local.
Okay, that's
But
fantastic.
Loretta's with her and we'll bring her up shortly.
Brilliant, brilliant. So we're developing young commentators as well as young judo players.
That's right.
Perfect,
The
perfect.
number one place in the under 90 kilos final, Alon Sasson from Israel.
So after this event and the meeting, what's next on the calendar for you, Mike?
I'm off to Japan end of November.
Okay, and what's that for?
Attending the Tokyo Grand Slam.
Right.
And I've been invited to lecture to the Japan Olympic Committee and the All Japan Judo Federation.
Okay, and what's that talking about?
Well, Japan have had some problems in judo recently. Maybe you've heard.
Okay.
They've two of their problems. They've had a lot of very unfortunate deaths amongst younger judo players.
Yeah.
Often due to head injuries. And they want to try and understand why that doesn't happen here.
Okay, well, that's good. And where's after that for you? You come back and start planning for the new year?
Planning for the new year, absolutely, yeah. And it looks like
our VIP commentator has arrived. So we're going to say goodbye to Dr. Mike Cullen. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks very much, Lance. Fantastic, and nice to speak to you. Nice to share with the commentary team.
Okay.
And good luck to our new commentary team.
Thanks. Thanks very much. So, thanks to Mike Cullen there, who, as you heard, is here to help with the coaching and is doing some lectures. And I'm going to pass you back over to Loretta, and then we will be joined by our next special VIP guest.
Yes, and this is a very, very special guest indeed. And this young lady is called Zoe, and Zoe is 5 years old. Now, I think Zoe can hear me. Can you hear me now, Zoe? So, how old are you, Zoe?
5.
And are you having a lovely time today?
Yes.
And do you like judo? And how long have you been doing judo?
About 8 months.
And what's so special here today? What do you like about this competition here in Glasgow?
They are doing really well on the judo mat.
Do you like the throws that they're doing? Is it exciting? Is it very exciting for you?
Yes.
Can you do those throws?
I don't know.
You would like to try though, would you? Yes?
Yes.
And do you like throwing?
Yes.
Yes, you do. And who do you like throwing?
My brother.
You like throwing your brother. Because you're in a judo class and you're the only girl in your judo class, aren't you?
Yes.
And what do you like doing with the boys in your judo class?
Throwing them.
Throwing them, you do, don't you?
Even my brother.
Even your brother. And that's great fun, isn't it? And who's your favorite judo teacher?
Nikki.
Nikki's your favorite judo teacher. I know, because every time I come to teach you, you always ask for Nicky, don't you? Because he's lots of fun, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes. And do you like all the bright colours here on the judo mat? It's different colours to what you normally go to judo on, isn't it? Yes. And where do you come from, Zoe? Where do you live?
I've forgotten.
You've forgotten. Do you live in Edinburgh? So that was a long journey for you today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And how did you get here?
On the bus.
On the bus with your mummy and your daddy, didn't you?
But my daddy needed to see someone,
Oh.
so he went.
He went. Oh, right. So, and who else is here with you?
Mummy.
Your mummy and your brother, yes?
Yes.
So would you like to compete in a big sports hall like this one day?
Yes.
Would you like to be a big champion one day?
Yeah.
What would you like to win?
Yeah.
Would you like to win a big gold medal?
Yeah.
Be a big superstar? But you are a big superstar, aren't you? Because you're on the telly right now, and you're talking to thousands and thousands of people right now. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Now what we're going to do is we're going to just watch this match, and I want you to tell me what you think, because I think you're a wee professional here. I think you're doing ever so well. You're very good at this, aren't you? Have you done this before?
No.
No, but you do a lot of talking, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes, I know that. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit you up a little bit higher because you're so small. How old are you?
5.
You're 5, but you're a big 5, aren't you? You're a big girl for 5.
Yeah.
Right, but you're still tiny in this chair, aren't you? And you cannot see the judo mat, can you? You cannot see.
I can see a little bit of
You can
it.
see a little bit. So if we sit you up a little bit, or maybe sit you on my lap so you can see over, will we do that? And then we'll commentate on this match. And let's
Yeah.
see how we get on. See if these guys are performing well. Okay?
I think these are a bit too big for me.
Oh, I know. Right. So now what we can see. So in the white judo suit, we have a young man, and he's from Italy. He's competing for Italy. And in the blue judogi, he's from Austria. And what you can see now that they have, how many minutes is on the clock left?
2.
2 minutes. So they've got 2 minutes left in this contest to fight. And is there any score on the boards? There's 2 zeros. Does that mean there's any throws?
No.
No. So we have to see a number there where the zeros are, and that will indicate who's going to win. Now at the moment, Austria are leading with 1 minute and 47 seconds left in this contest. And this is a repechage. So this is a contest for a bronze medal.
I didn't know that.
I know, and they're doing ever so well, aren't they?
You can see it on that big TV.
I know.
So those are those steps are for if those guys need to get on the mat.
Exactly. So Zoe is showing how the athletes get onto the judo mat to perform, and we have now that they're performing very hard, and obviously they'll get very tired. Do you think they'll get very tired walking up and down those steps?
Yeah.
Yes, they could do, couldn't they? Especially if they've worked as hard as they are doing right now on the judo mat. And they're both fighting so
They both
hard.
have black belts, just like Nikki.
Exactly. So that means they're black belts and they've got the same grade as your judo coach, yes?
Yeah.
And can you recognize some of these judo throws? Can you do some of the... Can you do that throw? Tayatoshi?
Yeah.
Yes, that's your favorite technique, isn't it? So now what we have is a hold down. So he's holding his opponent, but it still doesn't count because the leg was trapped. So he has to get the leg out from the hold down so he can be counted.
How can we hear each other on these?
Pardon?
How can we hear each other on these?
All right, well, what are they doing right now?
They are doing a throw.
They're trying to throw, they're trying to grapple, aren't they? It's a very tough match indeed. Now, as you can see, Italy is in the white. And what is up on the board right now?
Italy.
Is Italy winning?
Yes.
And he's winning with 1 yuko, because there's 1 score on the board and it's a yuko score. So at the moment, with 14 seconds to go, Italy is leading in the repechage of the men's 100 kilograms, under 100s. So he's working away and he's looking at the clock, and there's 2 seconds, then 1 second, and as soon as that second disappears, that's the contest finished. And Ishido being awarded, which is a penalty. And the winner is... Who's won? You're going to tell all the viewers out there who won that last match in the repechage of the 100 under 100 kilos. It goes to...
Italy.
Yes. So Italy wins, and
Luca Ardizio from Italy.
so Ardizio Luca from Italy wins the repechage fight, And now we've got a very special fight that's coming up.
I never knew you were here.
You didn't know I was here. You didn't know I did something like this.
Were you here before us?
Yes, I was here. Now, we have a very special fighter coming on here now, and this is Ewan Burton from Great Britain. Now, Ewan went to the Olympic Games, and he's from Scotland. So you have to say, come on, Ewan.
Come on, Ewan.
That's it. So this is for a place in the final of the men's under 100s.
So he can't hear us.
Yes, he can hear us, so he's going to make sure that you speak very clearly so everybody else can see you and hear you. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So now what we want is got Ewan Burton in the white from Great Britain and Schumanns of Australia in the blue judogi. Now this is for a place in the final of the men's under 100 kilograms. And we have Zoe here who's helping me commentate this match, a very, very special match because Zoe is also from Edinburgh.
You can also see it in those temperatures.
Yes, you can see them coming through.
Yeah.
So we're watching the big screen there, and this young man in the white judogi, he's from Edinburgh, not very far from where you live.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know you didn't know that. So, but we have to say, come on, Ewan, because he is your neighbour, and he is from Scotland. So
I didn't know he was my neighbour.
Yes. So you have to say, come on, Ewan.
Come on, Ewan.
Because he needs you to be supporting him, because that will help him win.
Come on, Ewan.
So we'll watch this match and see how Ewan's getting on. Now Ewan is a double world bronze medalist. He's also an Olympian that has had what we had thought semi-retired, but we had spoke to his wife, who's also an Olympic silver medalist, and her name is Gemma Gibbons. And Ewan just within a couple of weeks ago decided that coming out of the coaching role, he was going to go back into competition and make a bid for the Commonwealth Games, where he will be representing Scotland at the 100 kilograms. So he's moved up 2 weights and decided to not take any place from one of his athletes. And the 100 kilos, he's given away at this moment 10 kilos in weight, which is quite a bit. But he's doing ever so well at this moment. But Schumann's up for Australia. Now, this young man from Australia in the blue kit, he's come a long way. He's come further than you, hasn't he, to get here? It's been a long, long journey for this Australian, hasn't it?
Yes. He lives somewhere else. He doesn't live in Edinburgh.
No, he lives the other side of the world.
Yeah.
And that's a long, long way, isn't it?
Look, it goes round, round, and round, and round, and round. All the way down to here. And then it goes straight down there.
So Zoe's now deciding that she found out where the mic is connected to. But let's see if we can watch this match and see how we're getting on. Now, do you think Ewan Burton is doing well at this moment?
Yes.
He's got a lot of maturity here. He's lots of experience. He's been fighting for a long, long time. And we have 2 under halfway left. There's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds and the clock is ticking down. But there's no score on the board. There's only 2 shidos, which means that they got penalties for not working hard enough. So it's a little warning to say that they have to do some more work. But as you can see, there are lots of people here today, isn't there, supporting Ewan Burton. And it's a nice big arena, isn't it? Is it pretty?
Yeah.
And are you having a lot of fun?
Yes.
And would you like to do this job? Would you like to take my job? Is this exciting?
Uh-huh. I mean, this is your job?
Yes, this is my job. Or one of my wee jobs.
I never knew you do this.
I know. I'm a very secret person, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yes.
You never tell anyone what your thing is, what you do.
So, do you like watching judo?
Yes.
And are you going to come and watch this again next year?
I don't know.
Well, next year is going to be the ladies. And goodness me, we've got Ewan Burton is just getting turned over here. And this is to get into the final. And we don't want that, do we, Zoe? You want Zoe wants Ewan Burton to win. Osakomi has been called, but it has been cancelled. But at this moment, Ewan is he's losing with 2 Shidos on the board. And Schumans of Australia is doing extremely well, hasn't he? He's fighting so hard. You've got to shout louder for Ewan because he needs your help now. So you're going to say, come on, Ewan.
Come on, Ewan.
Yes. Do you think he can do it? Well, he's got 39 seconds to go and its clock's ticking away. And there's 2 Shidos on the board. Now, Ewan has got to do something very special to win this match. He needs a score right now, or he needs his opponent to get a Shido to go into the golden score. But this is a very crucial, it's a really important match. It's a crucial match for Ewan for a place in the final for the gold medal if he wants to win it. So he has to win this match. So he must win it. So you've got to continue to call for him.
Come on, Ewan.
So it's now looking that this could go to golden score. There is 2 Shidos on the board, so they're even again. Now there's going to be extra time, but Ewan's desperate to try and, oh, yes! And did he get a score? Yes, he did. Say, well done, Ewan.
Well done, Ewan.
Yes.
Does those people hear me too?
They're all shouting for Ewan, and you have to do the same. Say, hold him, Ewan. Now, was that fantastic? Ewan Burton wins, and that's a place in the final for Ewan Burton for Great Britain in the men's 100 kilos. So that's excellent news, isn't it?
How long are we going to stay right here?
Right, well, this is the last match now here. So I would like you to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
And I hope you have a lovely time today. And we're going to go back to your mummy so you can watch the rest of the competition. Now, the most important thing you've got to do, Ewan Burton will be in the final later on. So you need to make a lot of noise so he can hear you to win that gold medal. Do you think you can do that?
Yeah.
And you've got to tell your brother and all your friends as well, they've got to make a lot of noise. So I'll be watching out to see how he's jumping around. Watch there. He is very, very happy indeed. Okay, Zoe. Well, thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye. So that was Zoe Blythe, 5 years of age and a wee star, and she's going to be calling on for Ewan Burton later on in the stages of the men's under 100 final. So I'm going to leave you for a short while so I can take this little one back to our mummy so she can continue to support, but most probably one of the youngest spectators today here in this competition, 5 years of age. And what an inspiring place to be for this young lady, and I'm sure we'll see her in the future as a wee star fighting yourself, won't you, Zoe?
So a big thank you to Zoe. Bye, Zoe. Thank you for your expert commentary. So this is the last match of the preliminary round. And it's Ben Fletcher, Great Britain in the white. Dominessa de Guida, Italy in the white. Semi-final match. Shido apiece, no other scores, no scores on the board, just the 2 Shidos. And after this match, we'll have there's a break until the finals block. The finals block is going to start at 2 p.m. UK time. And it's just coming on 12 lunchtime here in the UK. So there's going to be about a 2-hour break. And then we're going to come back for the medal fights. You can see there Ben Fletcher's got that grip around the outside of the arm. Guida on the inside. Turns in nicely. So you can see there just over 3 minutes to go. Italian turns in. Nice left-handed Uchimata attack. Hops in again. Ben Fletcher rolls him. Mate called before. Ben was looking for the Osekomi, but Mate called. See there the hop in. Ben rolls him over. So there's a Wazari on the board. It's Ben Fletcher for that. 2 minutes 50. Italian needs to fight that back. See him coming forward straight away. And Ben tries to roll him again. The referee calls Wazari. I was set Ippon. Twice with the same counter.
On mat 1, the winner of a place in the under 100 kilos final, from Great Britain, Ben Fletcher!
So Ben Fletcher comes off to his coach, the Chris Bowles.
That concludes today's preliminary contests and semi-finals.
As you can hear the stadium announcer say, that's the preliminary round done for the day.
We now have a break
There's a
until
break.
1:45.
There's a break till 2 p.m. for the judo, and then there's a closing ceremony at 1:45, which we will stream for you. But until then, on behalf of Loretta Doyle and the rest of the team here in Glasgow, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in just about 2 hours for the medal fights.
All your favourite fighters. A great souvenir of this top-class event. Also, ladies and gentlemen, during the break you'll be able to watch highlights from yesterday on the big screen. So enjoy the break, return to your seats in good time for the 1:45 start of the closing ceremony, and we'll get to grips with
hold them down, or give submission. The contest can last up to 5 minutes. Points are awarded for different throws and holds. In the event of a tie, the contest will enter a golden score, with the winner rewarded following the first goal. There are 7 categories in both the men and women's events, with each category will play in a knockout format. The finals will be head-to-head for the gold medal. The contest is a full court match all the time. It measures 10 metres by 10 metres and is surrounded by a safety gate. The referee controls
So without volunteers, we would never be able to put on any event in this country. We've had some marvellous volunteers all the way back to backstage with all the hostesses and support and the people in the house directing us. So I'd really like to say a big thank you to all the volunteers that have helped us through this today as well. So just to close, that was to formally close the event. Thank you, the spectators, for all coming over the weekend. I really hope you've enjoyed it. We've got another 3 years plus a European Championships to come, plus a Commonwealth Games. So Glasgow will be a real opportunity to see some great judo in the future. So without any further, I'd like to close the event and look forward to the next final block of the overall tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews Miller. And now, as our flags leave the mats, we prepare for the medal contests here at the Glasgow European Open 2013.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Glasgow for the European Open 2013, where over the period of 2 days we've been watching 90 athletes representing 24 countries. And I'm delighted to say joining me this afternoon for the final block of the men's 81s, 90s under 100s and plus 100s is Nadia Manadi, a former international athlete in her own right with a lot of knowledge, and I'm delighted to say that she's here joining me right now. Thanks very much, Nadia,
Thank
for
you
coming.
for having me. I'm excited to see the good judo this afternoon.
So obviously, Nadia, you're a London girl,
Mm-hmm.
English born. What do you think of Scotland right now? What's your impressions?
I love it.
Well, you've got your soulmate up here now working,
Yes.
Simone Callender, and she's one of the she's the manager of the Commonwealth Games, which will be hosted next year in Glasgow, and she's doing a great job right now. But she's really settled into the Glaswegian life, hasn't she?
She absolutely loves it up here. I don't think she's going to come back home to London, so I'm going to be a little bit upset if she doesn't come back home.
Well, I keep thinking, well, has she actually got a Scottish man in her life yet? This is one. She says she hasn't, but I think it isn't one for the one
Maybe
to try.
maybe she's hiding it from us.
Possibly.
I
We
know she
don't
likes a
want
man
to.
in a kilt.
Yeah, well, do we all? But here we are in the Emirates Arena, where we will be commencing with the final block, the bronze medal matches of the men's 81 kilo category. And coming up shortly on for the first match is Carollo of Italy in the white gi. Now he's 21 years of age, under 23 Europeans. He got a bronze medal and a silver medal, and in the Mediterranean Games this year, a bronze medal. So he'll be putting he's having his sights here on this bronze medal, and with that list of results under his belt, I'm sure he's got a great chance here today. And we have Pavlinic of New Zealand. Now, a very unusual name for New Zealand, and we've got Lance right at the side of me, New Zealand born and bred, and he's I know who he's supporting right now.
I was going to say, I think he'll be backing that guy, won't he?
Oceania champion, national New Zealand champion, and he's come a long, long way for this title, a bronze medal, so I'm sure that he won't want to be going home disappointed and without a medal in his pocket. But the match is just about to commence now.
Who's your money on, Loretta?
Well, do you know what? The Italian team in general.
It's been
I'm
strong.
sorry, Lance. I'm really, really sorry. He's there really tutting and he's looking at me with those really puppy dog eyes at this moment, and he's now going to fall out with me extremely. But at the end of the day, based on performance, the Italian team has done extremely well.
The
And
Italian's been fighting well all day as well.
yeah, definitely. And they've got a very strong team here. But the New Zealand, you're not going to travel right over to the other side of the world if you don't come in the mission of winning. And he has, throughout the day, has put on a great performance, and really it's down to who wants it more on this day now, in this match. It all depends if they can rise or they fall with this pressure. Now there's a lot of changes over the years. Oh, that's a lovely turnover there. The Italian keeping it nice and tight. Yuko on the board now for the Italian. In the first minute now, Italy. Oh, the power!
Oh, another UK.
Nice control there of Wazzari now being. I agree with you there. I thought it was closer to a Yuko, just the way they felt. But oh, it's swiftly done. There's the choke was there.
Finished
Finished it within just over a minute and a quarter. And poor Lance is now crying over his tea. He's really. But we have the Commonwealth Games next year, Lance, and I'm sure he's preparing himself for that event.
And he'll be back.
This is the point of experimental. And
It's true, no Italians there next year.
Oh, exactly. And so for New Zealand, I'm sure there's a medal on the horizon for him. And that's just keeping Lance, keeping him happy and smiling now. Well, I have to, because he keeps me right all the time. And if I fall out with him, I'm just going to be lost, totally lost. That's quite eerie, that heartbeat, isn't it? When I hear it, I just think, am I having a heart attack here or something? But we're coming up now to the second bronze medal match. Kukara of, what some names these guys have from New Zealand and they're Austria. And we have Shen, again, doesn't sound like an Israeli name, does it? But these two gentlemen are coming onto the mat now, Austria in the white gi, and you have the Israeli in the blue. Now Stefan from Austria, third place in the European Cup in Belgrade this year. So he's had a couple of results, not as many, but he was a very, very good junior. He's 23 years of age, and Shen, a little bit unknown really for this young man, but he's a national champion, and that's really all we know about him at this moment. But I'm quite sure he'll show a little bit more on that map for this bronze medal. And well, knows he might actually take another title of a bronze medal in the European Open. Now,
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring our next set of athletes into the arena.
it's nice to see so many people that have come to watch this event, and so many children.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot
Yeah.
of children being inspired here over the weekend, which is really nice. And it's created a lovely atmosphere and quite knowledgeable as well. I think the Olympics, coming from the Olympic Games, riding off at the back of that, we've gained so much more of how important it is for supporters.
Definitely.
And it does make a massive difference on performance for these athletes. And we've got a couple of finals where we've got Ewan Burton, and that's an all-British final, and that will be a very exciting match indeed, and that's for the men's under 100 kilo, and he's got Ben Fletcher, so Ben Fletcher's a cracking lad. He's a good fighter, and I think he's going to put on a really good fight here. I don't think he's going to be overawed by Ewan Burton, who's come up 2 weight categories, and he is giving away 10 kilos at the moment, so well, it'd be interesting to see how that pans out later on. But now this is the bronze medal for the men's 81 kilos. And if you've just joined us, my name's Loretta Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Glasgow for the European Open. And I'm delighted to say joining me is Nadia Manadi, a former international athlete here, and sharing her expertise and keeping me right most of the time.
Yes, keeping Loretta in check.
Yeah. Now, Nadia, you've actually gone into more coaching now. You've really got the coaching bug, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm kind of spreading my wings a little bit. Life after judo, so coaching, moving more into development. Also on the London area committee as well, so looking at that side of stuff now.
And how are you finding that in committees and the growth of British judo and judo in London? Because London has always produced some fine athletes, hasn't it? It's always been a strong area.
It's a strong area. Clubs are expanding. We've got over 90 clubs within the area. But as you know, within a sport like judo, it's always very male dominated. So we do need more women to get involved.
And that's the
Very
thing.
hard.
It's trying to get women with the confidence to go out. I don't think it's that there isn't the opportunities, because I believe there is opportunities. I think women just have to be more confident and a bit more pushy to get in there, don't they? And I think it helps when you see the likes of Lisa Allen, who was the Olympic manager for 2012. She did a fantastic job, and that's one woman that's very, very strong indeed. And now Simone, who's now the manager of the Commonwealth Games, in a very, very strong and dominant role. And women will look up to that and inspire. And it's nice to see women taking those dominant
roles,
positions. And it just shows, even now when you look around with the EJU, European Judo Union, and the IJF, there is a lot more women that are involved in what we call in the background, and supporting events like this, which is really nice to see. But yeah, I totally agree. Years and years ago, it was very, very male dominated. And I was speaking earlier on to Gemma Gibbons, a fantastic ambassador for women's judo.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely amazing lady. And obviously she's married to Ewan Burton, and her, as we say, her hubby will be fighting later on in the under hundreds. And
I'm sure she'll be there.
I said, I wonder how. I said, how will you feel if he doesn't win? I said, will he be an absolute grump that you have to go home with him? And she said, oh no, he's very professional. He'll be fine. I said, I can assure you, he'll be grumpy. So I hope that he does win for her. But you were in part of a team with Gemma, as
Yeah, women and
juniors and
juniors,
cadets. So you know her many, many years now, because again, she's from London and not very far from the area you grew up, really.
Gemma's South East London. I'm North London. North London
Right,
girl.
a North London
I'm
girl.
North London
A
girl.
bit like myself.
Yes.
Something nice about North London
Yes,
girls.
exactly.
You've got lovely Wazari there, and Austria takes the lead and secures the Osakomi. And it looks like the bronze medal will be going
gone.
home to Austria.
Oh, there we go.
So
finished.
Ippon is scored. They believe that that throw was an Ippon. Oh, right, well. A little bit of medical attention there. I believe he's just split his eye, but it doesn't look too serious. I don't think he even realised himself until he stood up. But obviously for health and safety, it has to be correct. You can see just there with the
Ooh,
Ashibar. Oh,
beautiful.
look at that. Lovely. Well, this is what you appreciate as well, because Fernandia is one of the best technicians in Ashiwaza. Ochigari's Kochigari's very, very talented lady indeed. So you'll appreciate that
Beautiful.
amount of skill.
Love a good Ashiwaza.
And it's so important to have good Ashiwazas in your repertoire, isn't it?
Definitely.
And it just sets it up for major techniques like the Uchimata and the Sianagi Siotoshis. Having good feet makes you a very, very dangerous athlete. But he's got a split eye, but he's got a bronze medal, and he'll be happy enough with that. So well done to Austria, who goes home with the bronze medal at the men's 81 kilo category. And goodness me, he's still smiling. So we're going to have a quick pause right now, because obviously we have to clear up the mat. There was a little bit of bleeding there, and
I didn't see how he managed to split
I-
his
I-
eye. Did you?
no,
did you
I
manage
don't.
To catch it?
unless it was an old injury
That's come.
and that just maybe opened up again, I'm not sure, because obviously he executed
Yeah.
a beautiful throw there, and unless he just a clash of heads as he went down.
So coming up to the final, we have a Hungarian and a Russian.
Yes. Now Ungavari, he is been spot on today. An outstanding talent and one to watch for the future, but already he's got such a list of results under his belt already. He's 24 years of age, under 23 European champion, and also a silver medal, and European championships he got a bronze medal. So, and he's 24 years of age, and he's up against a 28-year-old Maximus Bugger. So I had to say that without smiling.
No comments, Loretta, no
So,
comments.
but already this young man from Russia has got 4 European Cup medals this year alone. And as we know, the Russians have been very, very strong indeed. They have such a pool of top athletes. And his name hasn't come up very often. I think I would remember that name
No,
somehow.
I definitely
so I've
haven't
not
heard
really seen too much of this young man from Russia. But looking over where the gentleman come through, he doesn't seem to be there at this particular
No.
moment. Ungavari is there waiting, composing himself in the zone completely.
I can see all the Brits lining up, but yeah, I can't see the Russian.
So I don't know whether he will appear or not, but I know from the games that they were the hardest team to get in
Yes, you're right, I
judogi
remember,
control.
actually.
Oh, they were very, very difficult. They don't like to appear until it's ready
Until
for
when
them
they
to
have
go.
to.
and so they don't really follow
You
protocol.
can see Luke.
And then you got Luke,
Luke
in
and
there and
Ashley.
Ashley Mackenzie, the gruesome twosome, as you would call them. Ashley went to the Mobo Awards
Yes,
last
he
night.
did.
I did ask him if I could go with him, but he didn't want to take his mother, he said.
No,
But
I'm sure he had a good time though.
I'm sure he did.
He would have had a good time if you were there as well, Loretta.
I would have cramped his style.
Please welcome to the mat today's under 81 kilos champion to be awarded the contest.
So,
Oh, you're
yes,
right. So he's not coming.
the title will go to Ungovari, and so he won't break sweat on this one. Very swiftly done. But for whatever reason, Bugger of Russia
Has not come out.
has not come out. There's possibility maybe an injury or something he sustained earlier on. But gold medal goes to Hungary, Ungovari. And just a protocol and mat etiquette. The opponent comes out to take his win, but still gets a lovely round of applause from the audience that obviously appreciated his performance throughout the day, which was quite nice. You'd wish for something like that to happen to you, wouldn't it? Never ever happened to me.
It definitely never happened to me
happened
either.
to me. I used to go through that thinking, oh, goodness me, she's turned up. Why did she turn up? So we're coming on to the next weight category, and that's the men's 90 kilos. Now we've got Spalding McIntosh, Theo of Great Britain, and he's up against Anthony Mark of Australia. Now Anthony Mark has actually been a real dark horse. He's been a surprise. He comes
Ever since
out,
it's games though, isn't it? Last
Yeah.
year.
and it's really surprising. He's grown in strength, hasn't he? And he's got one of those
do you remember
cutie
watching
faces.
the fight that he against Livertiliani?
Yes, and oh my goodness me. He really did shock the world, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I'm quite sure that Theo will be prepared for this match.
I'll be rooting for Theo, one of my club mates.
Yes, we were in the back of house, and I've got one of my wee students from the club that's come to watch, Marvin McIntosh. And he says, I want Theo's autograph. We share the same name. We could be even brothers. I doubt it very much, but he came over and he couldn't wait to get his autograph. And Theo was such a gentleman, he really was. Gave him this sort of respect thing. Marvin was just made up. He's 9 years of age and he'll just treasure that autograph. So first judo being awarded to Great Britain, which won't really faze him at all, because he really does he's not rash, he's very rational, his approach, isn't he? He doesn't come out erratic at all.
Yes,
He takes his time.
woo!
Oh, yes!
Nice, Theo. Nice drop, Theo. Finish it off there, Theo.
So he's trying to go for the Sangaku, but again, he just takes his time, and then bang, he's right in there. But you can't rush him at all, can you?
No.
Oh, look at that. He just lost a little bit of control on that back leg as he tried to drive back up to flip his opponent over, and he just lost a bit of a foot in there.
This needs to be sensible now.
And how do you find these new rules?
I think it's since, do you know what, they keep changing them, but I think they've been changing them for the better. Less golden scores, more throw-in.
There was only one golden score yesterday.
Exactly.
Only one.
And then that was finished within the first
And when you
minute, so-
compare to the Olympic Games, when there was a very, very high percentage of golden scores, to the point that we were actually, our timekeeping at the Olympic Games was awful.
Because it kept
It really was.
overrunning,
It kept
didn't it?
overrunning because of the amount of golden scores. I also like the Shidos, been on the board but
Yep.
not coming up as a
Yes.
result, because psychologically you
Nice
still
actually
feel
wasn't
like you're in with a chance, don't you? Because when you see the scores accumulate in front of your very eyes, it's soul destroying,
Mhm.
especially if you feel like you're frustrated and you're just trying to get a grip. Where they're on the side, but you know a throw will always cancel out
Yes.
the Shidos. So I think that's a really
Yeah,
good thing. It's a
I
very
like that.
positive thing. And obviously the refereeing, you've got the care system now and only
Mhm.
one referee. So video analysis has obviously got to be much more player friendly. So you've got Theo really,
Yep.
another
Oh.
dropsy and Aggie.
So Theo as a junior, he started off as a plus hundreds.
Well, he's getting a round of applause and a few whistles as those
Yeah.
jacket came off. What a poser. But big lad, big strong lad, isn't he?
He was even bigger when he was plus hundreds.
Goodness me, yeah, so he's actually dropped.
Yeah, he's dropped because remember when he was a junior?
That's right, he was 100 kilos, yeah.
Theo's still quite young now, he's 23.
23,
yeah.
is it 23 years of age?
Yep.
Yep. 3 European Cup medals and places this year.
Mhm.
So, and he's British number 3,
Yep.
and he got 7th place in the under-23 European Championships. So he's really there and thereabouts,
Yeah.
isn't he? He's growing as every year goes. He's bettering and bettering, isn't he? His confidence is
I think
becoming.
this year's been a good year. Him moving up to Scotland as well. Good for his judo. Hey.
And he must be very strong-minded, because it's not easy moving
No.
up to Scotland. It's a
No.
very different way of training, and socially it's so different as well to what they're used to in London.
He's still adjusting to it.
And he
He's still
must find
adjusting to
that
it.
a little bit,
It's a
because
big decision for him, but he's glad he went.
well, he's definitely got some a good pool of athletes there
Yeah.
that he can train with, and you've got the likes of Ewan Burton.
Yep.
There's Austin Miller, is it James Austin, who's there as well, big, and you've got Sherrington.
Yeah.
So, and they're big guys.
Yeah,
So
and
he's
this is
got
what
the
he
partners, tough guys, and that's what you need, is the good sparring
The hard
partners.
randori as well, which I feel like what he felt he was missing out on in London.
Yeah. Because it was one thing. It took me a long time to adapt when I first moved up from London to Scotland.
Yeah.
Because it was very, very different. In London, the technical side it is much more purer.
Yeah.
So you're gripping very, very similar in your Japanese. They actually do randori, and they're thinking a lot more thought process going on. Where in Scotland,
It's physical.
it's physical. It's mental toughness. It's really sort of a fight on your hand, and especially when you're coming up from England, you've even got a bigger tough fight just because of where you're born. But when you're up there, they accept you and they bring you in. It's a nice sort of, like what they say, a family that comes in. They bring you on board, and you feel like you are part of that
Yep.
team. It doesn't take long for them to accept you part of the system. And you see the likes of Simone, she's in her element.
Yes.
As the manager of the Commonwealth Games, she's got every time I contact her, she's doing something socially. I think everybody in Glasgow knows
But you know,
Simone
Simone
first.
can have a party in a mall.
Oh,
So
definitely. Party animal. And she was never like that as a junior
no, she's very
athlete.
quiet.
She
She's
was
very
always
quiet.
quiet. Well, I never knew about it anyway.
No, she was the quiet one. A bit like me. I was the quiet one as well.
Well, now I know you're telling lies. For those out there, Nadia Manadi was one of my pupils in the national team, and she was nothing but noisy. Quiet, she didn't know the word quiet. She didn't know the word about being a good girl. She was, that's why I went grey very quickly. But she's turned out to be a lovely girl. And now as a
I came
primary
through-
school
yes,
teacher,
a primary school
goodness
teacher.
me, God help them. That's all I can
I have a
say.
respectable job now. Respectable
How we
person.
all grow up,
I
huh?
know, I know.
So as they're fixing the kit, and Theo's still in the driving seat here.
It
They've
needs to
both
be
got a
careful,
Shido
though.
each. Yes, they've got 2 Shidos each, and we know that with the rules, accumulation of 4 is Hansokumaki, and he's
Yeah.
still got 1 minute and 10 seconds. And you really can't hang on to just that one because,
Whoa, whoa.
and he's got to be careful when he throws that sort of
Yeah.
Makikomi, he turns his back on Mark because Mark's now waiting for the
Yeah.
counter, as you can see there. So he's got to be very, very clever here. Now
A
that's the
minute.
3rd Shido,
Yep.
and it's still a minute, but it's been taken off.
Ah.
So, well, he's very, very lucky
Yep.
there because
I thought he was
the
gonna give
3rd
it.
one with a minute to go is very dangerous indeed.
Need to be careful on the grips. On him. Has he got it?
From this angle, it's very, very
Yep.
difficult. He's got that arm out.
Hey, said Mate.
So, well, but that was a little bit of time spent down in the knee was, and that clock's ticked away. 25 seconds left. But again, well, I suppose he's not in a position he could pick up 2 Shidos unless he was really awful with the drops. He needs to stay very, very strong. Needs to work with his feet, breaking his opponent's balance. He needs to bring his head up slightly because he's looking quite negative there.
Good work.
Because the head is too
Good
low.
work.
So yeah, he'll pick up a Shido there, but he's still got 3 seconds,
3
and it's not
seconds.
going to make a difference with the result. So yeah, Shido is awarded, and rightly so. But tactically, that's sometimes how you play your game. And 3 seconds to go. He played it right. He's got the bronze medal
Well done,
of the
Theo.
Glasgow European Open. And he's getting the crowd right behind him, and they support him and appreciate the quality judo we've just seen now. So Great Britain takes the bronze medal.
A win and a bronze medal to Theo Stormy McIntosh from Great Britain.
And Marvin will be absolutely delighted with that. He's made a 9-year-old boy very, very happy. He's got his autograph as well. So
Did he get it?
yes,
Did you get
he
it for
got his-
him?
Yes.
Aw.
Now he'll go back and say, could you put bronze medalist on that, please, now? And he will. So coming up shortly now, we have Michael Hawley and Matthew Percy. Well, this is going
This
to
is going to be a good fight. It'll be a good fight.
You've got the young Michael Hawley, and you've got Matthew, the a lot more experienced athlete.
Good result for Theo. I'm pleased for him. I'm chuffed for him.
It's nice. It's a good result because he's a young lad,
Yep.
and that will boost his
And it was kind of a
confidence.
bit of reassurance he needed for up and moving up to Scotland.
Exactly.
Written his
So
life
it's like
and-
saying, well,
yeah.
I've made the right
yeah.
decision. I've made the right move. And the thing is, a lot of people most probably don't even know that he's moved up.
No.
But a lovely drop seeing Aggie there. Look at his face. Good love him. That's it. Wee cheeky smile. Oh, he's so chuffed with that, isn't it? You can see it's written all over his face. Here, what a character, huh? That's what you love.
Please welcome our fighters into the arena.
So this will be a very interesting match. I hope it's an exciting match because
Yeah.
sometimes when you get 2 athletes together, like what we saw yesterday,
Michael likes to turn his back, though. He likes to throw, doesn't he?
yeah. Because the last final of the 73s yesterday was a little bit boring, if it was to be honest, because they knew each other so well. Same country, and that's the problem. They practice with each other, they know each other's moves, and sometimes it can create that it's a stalemate situation. But hopefully these will come out to win. They'll come out to win this medal.
What's your prediction on this, Loretta? What
Do you know what?
think?
I've watched in a lot of European Cups Michael Hawley, and I'm very impressed with him.
Yeah, he's got,
I
no,
really
like,
am.
He turns
I
his
think
back.
he-
He's got a good,
He's a
good standing
gutsy.
judo. Yeah.
He's a gutsy fighter. But he takes chances.
Yeah.
and
Whereas
sometimes-
Matt doesn't.
and Matt's- he's
quite
a-
experienced on the tactics.
Tactically, and Niwaza is very strong as
Yep.
well. So if Michael goes down and he gets caught up in the Niwaza, I think Hawley will be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But look at that, Michael
Hey,
Hawley's. He's
physical,
determined,
he's
and that's what you
physical.
love. He's got no respect there. He just comes in and he wants it. It doesn't matter who's in front of him. All he can see is that bronze medal. Very, very strong grip as well Michael has there. And that high collar grip drawing Matthew's head down, making him look very passive as well. He's really given the fight to him, isn't he, really? He's piling on that pressure.
I wasn't expecting him to come out like that.
No, I wasn't. I thought he'd be a little bit more
Yeah,
cautious.
yep.
A little bit apprehensive and cagey about things and try and sort of suss out the situation, the law of the land with it. But no, it's like right in there. And I think that's maybe taken Matthew a little
I
bit
think
by
so.
surprise. There's Matthew trying desperate to get that head down, and he's having none of it.
Yeah.
Very strong lad indeed, very deceiving, because when you look at him physically, you would say that Matthew, physique-wise, looks the stronger opponent.
See, turning
He's
back.
a bit taller.
Ooh.
But then this is the danger. And Michael really has to be careful because Matthew is very clever down there. He comes from, originally came from the Pinewood, where Pinewood athletes did nothing but the Niwaza. They
Exactly.
were notorious for the Niwaza success. But so he's always had that from a very young age, right
You knew
through.
if you were going to fight a Pinewood kid, as soon as you go to ground, it was game over.
It was
for
game
you.
over, that's it, definitely. And they still got that strength,
Yes.
which makes them very dangerous. Very, very dangerous as well. Same as a person that's got good ashiwaza. Having the whole package of a
Yep.
niwaza and ashiwaza into your repertoire. You're a real then threat to anybody. I love Uchimata their attempt, but Sangaku, his attempt there by Michael, but he's not really that sure. He's a little bit apprehensive down there. He's not confident. So we've got 3 minutes left in this contest. Feels like they've been out there a lot longer.
Yeah.
Strong lapel grip there from Matthew,
Controlling the
but
sleeve as well,
there's that
not letting him
blocking
turn.
arm that's stopping him from drawing his opponent in. He's wanting that Uchimata, and he's drawing his opponent's head, trying. I think that was more to get into the Niwaza than actually for the throw, to be honest, there. A little bit scrappy with that takedown there from Matthew Percy, but there's the Uchimata. Just didn't have that sleeve grip, which didn't give him the lift or the rotation.
So they gave him a penalty for that.
So there's a Shido on the board now for Matthew Percy. But there Matthew's getting that grip, and this is the Makikomi that we've seen earlier on. And he drives.
Keep driving.
Now Michael Hawley, very, very strong indeed. He really controlled that quite nicely down there.
Michael Hawley seems to have lost a little bit of his steam now.
He has.
From how he-
He
from
started
how he
off very
started.
fast, didn't he? And he had
Yep.
he packed in a lot of power there, wasn't he? And he was been able to dominate quite nicely, Matthew. But then this is the experience of how to fight a match, a 5-minute match, isn't it? Over the years that Matthew has had, he knows how to pace it out. And I think if it comes down to the last minute, the one that's got more in the engine will be Matthew Percy, I think. Uchimata there again, but a little bit scrappy with the upper. He's not getting the right grip that he requires. Michael's doing very well and controlling his sleeve grip. And again, a little flutter there of energy from Michael as he throws that right arm over into the high collar, drawing Matthew's head down. Both of them opting for the same type of gripping style. Michael looking a better position, but now it's all changed again. Matthew's drawn that head down, looking for the Osoto Makakomi.
There we go,
Anna Wazari, and he's actually refereeing himself as well. As he goes over, he puts his hand up to say that was an ippon. No. So with 41 seconds to go, he timed that quite nicely. I think that was sort of that, you see there, as the arm goes up, ippon showed in his actions. I think that was more relief than anything that he did that, because I feel that he most probably didn't realise he was going to get as much of a battle with Michael Hawley as he has done. And full respect for this young man who's come out and he's given it his all, but I think he's really now run out of steam.
Yep, Matt's just tying him up on the grips.
He's just busy and he's just keeping him clamped down. Tactically, he's just doing enough. So 10 seconds to go. And Matthew Percy takes the bronze medal for the men's under 90
good fight.
Kilos.
Good
so
fight.
That was a really good fight.
Good fight.
So we've come up to the final. The Italian, now this Italian, Lopocchio, he's good. He's very, very good, this guy. Solid, he's very, very strong indeed. And here's Alon Sasson from Israel. So Lopocchio, for me, based on today's performance, I would say is top favourite for winning this.
But as you said before, the Italians came over with a strong team.
They came with a very strong team. They've been a consistent team for many, many years. They've produced some fine, fine athletes, haven't they?
Yep.
Madaloni and, oh, goodness me. And he's now one of the coaches. So all the expertise that he has.
Make you feel old when you were coaching and he was a junior alongside me.
I know. I do. Thanks very much for reminding me of that.
No worries, Loretta.
Had to make you feel really comfortable. Who invited you? So we're just waiting there. Oh, we haven't got the heartbeat. I like the heartbeat, even though it makes me feel like I'm having a heart attack. But it's just something eerie about it. Good Halloween bit of music, isn't it? And we're coming close to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring our next set of finalists into the arena!
Well, as he enters the arena, he's looking very confident indeed, the Italian. Sasson, you can't underestimate this young man. This Israelian has had quite a few results under his belt.
Under 90 kilos. In the white judo league, silver medalist of this year's
Now, Sasson on paper has better results, but on performance today, the Italian is better.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh!
Wake up.
Goodness me. Well, the Italian, when he just fell asleep,
Walked onto that.
walked onto it.
Schoolboy error.
Well,
One
I
of the
know,
first things you
that's
don't
it.
walk onto something.
Don't you just. Well, that would have ruffled his feathers. That really would have just woke him up. Yeah, at least he's allowed to live to continue. Could have been all over and done with there. Yuko on the board. Very interesting to see how it's just, you just tend that the sort of, you get a feeling that the Italian is setting up.
Something big.
The hands are coming up and they're trying to ride up the lapel for the Uchimata. But Sasson is on paper, he's a very good fighter and he's had some great results this year. You see that hand there, that right hand is starting to slip round the back.
Yep.
And he's just trying to get a reaction. Well, he looks a little bit, he looks very, very weak in the legs.
Yeah.
He's got a great grip, but he'd really, oh, look at that. That could have been all over and done with there.
He's got 3 penalties in a minute and a half.
Gosh. Well, it looks like the Italian's going to be going out and Hansokimaki if he doesn't pull it. Pull it all together. He really has been shaken with that first throw. I think that's really what's totally floored him, and he's now really hasn't got the confidence that he came into the arena with. Body language oozed the. Oh yes!
Did he get Eddie Wazari?
Did he get what he got? Do you know what? That I thought that was
See?
Ippon. I really did think that was Ippon. He couldn't have got many flatter on his back. Hooked in, hooked. Oh, that could have been Ippon. There's Uchimata. Now the confidence is building up again. But
Wazari, oh my
Wazari
gosh.
back. Well, this is now turning into a real battle and a great fight. This is what you just love. And there's still a minute and 2.5 minutes left in the contest. It feels like they've been out there for 3 or 4 minutes already. But still, what the problem is, the Italian has got 3 Shidos on the board. Now, in the old system, 3 Shidos would have been up to a Kekoku, which had been a Hansokimaki now.
Yep, and it would have been off.
So that's one good thing with the new rules, that there is a Wazari on the board, but he's got 3 Shidos, and the only way that that's going to come into play is if there's another Yuko being put on for the Italian. He's got to get higher than a Yuko.
One of them's going to go.
The Italian knows it, but it's...
Did he just throw himself?
He landed on his bottom first, but it was obviously a throw of a Koko, which no longer exists. But problem is, he's got to be so key. He's got to get at least a Wazari or a Yuko. Well, he's got to get a Wazari because he's got 3 Shidos. Oh,
Oh, oh,
Oh,
oh, oh.
yes,
Oh.
Ipon.
Nice.
Well,
nice.
that was nice.
nice.
Alon Sasson takes the gold medal and the title of the Glasgow European Open. It's a fantastic finish. So you'll be delighted with that. And a great battle between these two.
Good fight.
There
good
really was a good battle going on. A great entertaining match.
fight. Right from the get-go.
The winner and gold medalist
So gold medalist
from Israel.
goes to Israel for the men's 90 kilos. So I think we're going to have a wee short break because they're going to present the
Are they gonna do
medals
the medal presentation
for
now?
the 81 kilograms. So that'll be quite nice to see. And then we'll be continuing with the men's under 100 kilos, and that will be very exciting, where we have
Ewan and Ben in the final.
Ewan and Ben in the final, yes. Oh, right. I've just noticed that the next final medals will be the plus 100s, not the under 100s. It's not going in sequence. It's actually, I thought they'd actually missed out on Ewan Burton and Ben Fletcher, but they've actually gone on to the men's plus that will be coming up after the medal presentation. Just wondering if there's a live streaming on national TV or something, if that's the reason that they're changing.
Are we streaming it?
Finale.
Finale. Finish on a high with the Brits.
Yes, that's it. The memorable moments. I think, do you know what? Sometimes I think that's quite a clever thing.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the under 81 kilos will now take place.
So competition-wise, Nadia, do you see, are you doing any competition anymore?
No way.
No,
No,
you've
I'm
had
done.
a belly full of it.
I'm done. Maybe I might do masters after I squeeze out some children, but that's in the near future. But no, definitely no competitions anytime soon.
Oh.
I'll stick to a bit of coaching. I think it's kind of like, yeah, coaching for me for now.
That's it. And
I
do you
don't have
enjoy
time.
the, you
Do
enjoy
you know
the
what?
coaching?
I love it. I do love it. It's different to being at school, but yeah, I do love it.
So George Kerr is now going to be presenting the medals, a legend in his own right.
Bronze medalist, representing Austria, Stefan Bucciara. And representing Italy, Massimiliano Pirolo.
We had quite a few juniors missing from this competition. I was expecting big Philippa Whitty to be fighting.
Well, they've got the Junior World Championships next weekend,
Yeah.
so it would have been, timing-wise,
Not good.
sadly, it was not good for the junior
It would have been nice
junior
to have
athletes,
them here.
but we've got some fantastic junior athletes for Great Britain, some real promising future champions there, and really nice kids as well. And but sadly, because it's so close, that it wouldn't be worth risking at that, because it is a senior event. But hopefully next year it'll be the women's.
Yes, we'll have the women's
So
here
we will
next
have
year.
the women next year, and that'll be quite nice. And then the following year it'll be the men, and I'm quite sure we'll have those young men and women that we've got now as a good junior team coming through. So we've got the national anthem for Hungary. So I'll just leave you with moments to enjoy. Ashley.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Glasgow European Open
Well, that must have been the long version. I've never heard it as long as that. Very nice indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're going to skip the under 100s because we're going to leave the cream, the nice bit to last, where we've got Ewan Burton and Ben Fletcher. A very exciting match, and I think that would be really nice, very fitting to leave that one to last. So we've got the plus 100s now approaching the mat. And this is the bronze medal matches, where Alestoffer of Austria in the white and Robin Pereira Alexander from France in the blue. So this is the first bronze medal final for the men's plus 100. If you've just joined us, well, you've missed some cracking matches out here now. I'm Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to the final block of the Glasgow European Open. And joining me is Nadia Menader, former international athlete in her own right, here with her expertise and her input for the final stage of what's been a fantastic day of judo.
Great day's judo. Thank you for having me.
Oh no, it's been an absolute pleasure. So this young man from France, he must have been one of the biggest heavyweights today. Not a large number of heavyweights. I think there was, what, 11 athletes, wasn't there, in total? So roughly about 11,
Yeah.
or was it less? No, eight competitors. So the smallest weight category. And we've most probably got one of the smallest referees out there, is our
Yes,
Elaine
Miss
Downs,
Elaine Down.
international referee, one of only a few women that are actually of that level that represent Great Britain, which is nice to see. Again, when we were
Yeah.
talking earlier about women's involvement in judo, Elaine again is a great ambassador for that. That she referees at a very high level, and being a woman, and obviously to be a referee is very hard now with the qualifications. Plus, they don't need as many referees anymore
No.
because there's only one referee out on the mat at the same time. So the pool of referees that they need on these international events are a lot smaller. In fact, I would imagine they've halved. So
I was expecting to see Helen Davies as well here. I didn't see her.
yes, and Helen I've seen on a couple of internationals that have been, and she's doing real. She's a
She's
little bit of a
quite- yeah.
junior, but she's coming through, isn't
Climbing
she?
up, isn't she?
It was, I think it was at the beginning of this year I saw her at a European, I don't know whether it was Bulgaria or somewhere like that I saw her in one of the European Cups. And obviously we had Marion Woodard as well many years ago, and she was one of even a fewer pool of women that were refereeing internationally, and she also was one on the commission of the EJU at one stage. A lot of experience there in the past. I must admit, as an athlete and a coach, and it wasn't something that it was inspired me to play as
Definitely
referee. I
Definitely
find
not.
it. I admire referees that go out there. I don't think they've. I think they've got a thankless job at times, and if they get it right, so they should. If they get it wrong, well, they surely
The
let you
world's
know
worst
the
enemy,
crowd.
aren't they?
So it's very nerve-wracking to be in that position. They really do hold the key to bringing this all together, and they're very. They're not valued enough, I don't think. I really don't. I totally believe that the referees are not valued as much as they should be, because let's face it, without referees we don't have tournaments.
Yep. As well as the other officials that support the referees as
That's
well.
it.
Yeah.
We have these competitions just would not survive with the amount of volunteers that it takes, and people giving up their time for the love of the sport. And even these youngsters, I know it's a very inspiring thing for them to be doing and rubbing shoulder with world-class athletes, but they've been great. They've been really supportive, and congratulations. Oh yes, that's a fantastic finish there for the Austrian.
Kind of just leant on him, didn't he?
That's it. It was the sticky foot, the foot
Sticky foot
again.
lean.
Yeah, she was.
See, as she was
it
a
was
key.
there. He kept his balance, and for a big guy to keep his balance on one leg and control a bigger guy, then that was a real skill in its own. Looks a little bit like Peter Seisenbacher.
Wow, that's some picture.
A win and a bronze medal to Daniel Karastova from Austria.
Well, Alastofa Daniel takes the bronze medal in the men's plus 100s. That's the first one, and we're coming up to the second bronze medal. But fantastic, and we were looking on the official webpage, and it's maybe something to check out. What a baby face that man has, a lovely cutie. A face any mother would love. Again, nicely controlled, as you see the grip of both sides of the jacket, drawing his opponent flat on his back. A real skill there. You see with the feet, touch, oh yes, nice. Very skillfully done. So we're coming up to the second bronze medal final, and we've got our own homegrown Chris Sherrington, another young man from England that moved up to Scotland to train full time. He's part of the forces.
Marines, I believe.
Marine,
Is it
yes,
Marines?
he's a Marine. I'm very proud of it. And I remember at the games, they all came out in force for him, didn't they, to
Yeah.
support him and salute his performance. And he had a great performance.
He did, he had a good day.
He really had a
day.
good day. I was pleased for him.
Fought out of his skin.
And he's actually up against Jan Pinta of the Czech Republic. Now, Sherrington didn't really start off on a right foot. He really had a poor performance in his last match. Got thrown for a pawn. But he just looked like he just wasn't with it. He just hadn't got his act together. So maybe he was totally devastated. He was really gutted about that. But he's got his second chance now, and he's always been one he goes out to win. There's no two ways about it. Sometimes whether he's got the talent to win is another thing against some of the world-class athletes. But he's got the heart. You can put it that way. And the Marine spirit, as you would say. But I'm quite sure he would love nothing more than to take this bronze medal in front of this crowd. And he is an entertainer, that's one thing we know. But a great grip there from the Czech Republic, and Sherrington feeling the pressure, no doubt about that. Who really isn't comfortable. It's written all over his face. He's not engaging, the head's gone down. The body language is just saying it's just all over and done with him for him. He's going to get Shido now for holding the lower part of the jacket as well. And what's so surprising, he's such a big, strong lad. Very, very strong, very fit. Again, he's taken second best of the grip. He's not demanding this match at all. He's just trying to survive. That's what it looks like. Now, that's a little bit better.
Come on,
but,
Chris.
Oh, goodness me, he's got himself all knotted up. What is he doing with the lower part of the skirt of his jacket? I don't know. But
I have no idea what he was trying to do there.
I think he must have seen that one in a magazine or on a video somewhere. He's got that plucked out from thin air.
Something from YouTube, maybe?
He's a law unto his own, that one. He really is. There's no reasoning behind. Now it was a good attack, but he rolled him over like a baby there. And Sherrington is on his back like a turtle in his shell. And there's no getting out of that. I think it's all over and done with. And he's got the arm lock on as well, so sadly for Sherrington, it wasn't a good day for him. He's really not performed at all, and he really didn't come out with the confidence. He's really got to change the attitude as he comes out, because every percentage is so important. And body language, it can actually win or lose your match, and that body language definitely lost him that match, because as soon as you feel as an athlete, you see your opponent's head goes down. He didn't believe he could win. I don't think at any stage he thought he was going out to win that match. And definitely a disappointing performance for this young man, but a great win for Pinta, Jan Pinta of the Czech Republic, who takes the bronze medal home. And now we come to the final. Megnes of Belgium in the white, Nate of Romania in the blue. Now this Romanian's a big lad.
What's your estimated guess, Loretta? 140?
What, in weight?
Yeah.
Kidney's got to be much heavier than that.
Yeah?
Definitely. I would say, in the way he's rubbing that belly, he looks like he needs some more in there. Get in there.
He's thinking, what am I having for dinner?
Get in my belly. As Austin Powers would say. So the Romanian is looking up there, he's looking up at the cloud going, is it tea time yet? But no, I would say that he's closer to the 200 mark. Big, strong lad. He's, as well as being big, he's dense. So he's got to be tipping closer to 200.
Kind of reminds me of Hagrid from Harry Potter.
Oh,
How big he
Hagrid,
is.
yes, he's a big back. Oh gosh, yes.
The final of the men's over 100 kilos. In the white judo league, winner of this year's Pan American Open and the 2012 European Cup in Finland, representing Belgium, Benjamin Ahmedi. And in the blue judo league, silver medalist at this year's European Cup in Belgrade, representing Romania, Daniel Natea.
So Habegnes of Belgium in the white. Natea of Romania in blue. Now the Belgians have had a great weekend. They have performed.
They have.
Got a very strong team in today. And yesterday they picked up a couple of medals, and so that I think really, for me, I'd put my money on Belgium taking this gold medal today. He is the lighter one. I'm
going to go with Hagrid.
He's got the size. There's no two ways about it. And as we know, if you can get the technique right, that weight has got to be an advantage.
Penalty already.
So Shido each. And the way the crowd are applauding, they're wanting them to speed it up a little bit.
Don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't. No. Oh, and that's what we're talking about, weight, isn't it? If you get in there and he swings through with that makikomi, oh, there's no stopping him. But Belgium did very well to avoid that. Well, I didn't think young man from Belgium deserved that somehow. And I think the crowd felt that way as well. But, that was like hitting a brick wall there. He just bounced off him. And the problem is how much effort do you put trying to pull that weight around? Without a result, and how long can you last in a 5-minute match? It's something you most probably take a chance of with a minute left to try and break them up and drop underneath them, but you'd run out of steam if you had to do it right from at the beginning of the match, wouldn't you really? Because however fit you are, there is a lot of power behind the bigger man.
Trying a technique like that.
Well, not the most exciting final, I must admit. Which think a little bit predicted as well, though.
Yeah. Keep working with the Ashiwaza, I think. Won't try and do one of those. Break his back with another Sianagi, I think.
Well, another Shido's going to be awarded now. I don't know whether it's one each. Well, medical has been called out. Maybe he's broke a fingernail. Couldn't have done much more than break a fingernail.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the Belgian more the athlete out of the pair of them, really. Young boy looking up as if to say, they're not really on me, are they? He's tried to look away from the camera as if to say, do I smile? Do I wave? No, I'll just ignore it. So they're back in action again. Fingernail intact. And obviously a little bit of recuperation there. Getting their second wind. And really, this young man from Belgium's got to break up the pace of this young man, because he's allowing it to go very slow, which is comfortable for the Romanian. And if it's going to make any impact at all against the big man, he's got to move him. Either make him look very passive indeed, which is just giving him another Shido. One more will result in a hand Sokumaki. And I think really this is the way it looks like it's going to go. Sadly to say, but
I think that's
very
the way forward
boring.
For the Belgium.
But it's the only way to put him out of his misery, really.
Moving. I think he's listening to you, Loretta.
Yeah. Well, now he's into the last minute, and like you said, we couldn't do it 5 minutes ago because he would wear himself out and possibly get himself countered with a poor attack from being so tired. But now he sees the end. It's like light at the end of the tunnel. He knows that he can give a minute of pulling a heavyweight around. And he is a big lump of a lad. There's no two ways about it. And he's going to take his next Shido, I think. Yep, they're asking him to...
he's tidying him up.
Tidying him up, putting it away.
Please.
Exactly. And I know, I'm sure he knows his fate. And... but I'm quite sure it's a hand Sokumaki there for Romania. And yes, well, I wouldn't have actually given Belgium another Shido.
I wouldn't.
But the win, it doesn't matter anyway. The win goes to Belgium.
This is why we're not referees, Loretta.
Exactly.
This is definitely why we're not referees.
That's it. I don't think I could put up with the abuse.
No, definitely not.
It would upset my happiness. So we have coming up now the weight category we've really been looking for, a little bit of excitement. And I know this crowd has been right behind these guys all the way. It's been it's been a strong weight category. It's most probably been the best weight category of the day. Some real depth in there, and you've got some real world-class performers.
We have a medal ceremony coming up now, though, don't we?
But yeah, there's a medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the
So the last weight category we've all been waiting for, and that's the men's under 100 kilograms. And coming to the match quite shortly in the white gi from Portugal, Fonseca. And he's against the Italian in the blue, Di Guidi.
So to the last weight category of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the under 100 kilos. Let's bring our first fighters into the arena.
Now again, another Italian. And he's been doing extremely well, this Italian, but the team have been very, very strong indeed. But what we saw in the last Italian that came out, he ran out of steam, didn't he? He was very disappointing. Fought well throughout the day, and then when it came to his medal fight, just didn't seem to be the same player.
Because he got caught so early on.
I think he got
just
such a shock,
threw him off
didn't
his
he?
game.
Yeah.
In the white judo team, bronze medalist in this year's European Cup in Bucharest, representing Portugal, Jorge Fonseca. And in the blue judo team, representing Italy, Domenico Di Guida.
So Fonseca and Di Guida coming onto the map right now of Portugal versus Italy. This is for the first bronze medal of the under 100 kilograms. If you've just joined us, well, you've really missed out on a lot of judo. But nice that you can meet the last final block. Last weight category, the men's under 100s. I'm Loretta Doyle on behalf of the European Judo Union. Welcome to Glasgow for the European Open. And here joining me is Nadia Manadi, former international athlete herself, with her expert input of the day. And what have you thought about the level of judo throughout the weekend?
It's been good judo. I've seen some really good judo, some really nice ippons as well. You got a favourite for today, Loretta?
Well, do you know what? You've got in the final, you have here Ewan Burton, and I know Ewan Burton very well, but Ben Fletcher, I've always had a real soft spot for wee Ben. I think he's been he's a lovely lad, and he's such a hard worker. He's an up-and-coming youngster, and I think for him to win today will make such a big difference to this young man's career. I really do feel so. Part of me looks to the development of British judo and say Ben Fletcher really is the one I want to see win, because it'll be good and inspiring for British judo and for this young man who's had really a roller coaster of a year. Since the games,
yeah.
He got selected for the Olympic Games, and then he was deselected because he didn't qualify, and it was a terrible error that was made, and I just felt my heart went out for the young man.
At the expense of him.
And it was just such an awful thing to happen to him. But you know, at the maturity of the young lad, he took it on the chin, he accepted it, and he's just fought back, and he's got himself back up there. But you know, it could have really crushed him, totally crushed him. And he's come back strong and better for it. It's just made a better person for him. It really has. So my heart wants Ben Fletcher to win because of that. Obviously, Ewan Burton is a very experienced athlete. He's got a lot of results. He's double world medalist, and but he's made a comeback. He's made a decision to come back 2 weeks in. Ben Fletcher he's trained and he's peaked for this particular event. As far as hunger and desire, I don't doubt that obviously Ewan wants to win on home turf, and it's nice, and it will be great for Scotland. But for Ben, for me, he's a more deserving athlete, and I'd like to see, on paper, the underdog come through. I really do. So, but and I think he's capable.
Yeah.
I don't think Ewan's performed well. It's been a steady performance. He's had some great throws, but it has been very late at the end that he's come back. He's put himself in a lot of pressure to get that final score right at the end with seconds left. Like literally in the last 30 seconds, he's had 2 fights that's gone to the last 30 seconds where he's actually come back from losing. So
but then that's
it's
I think that's down to his experience that he can always pull it out of the
yes,
bag, isn't
that's
it?
right.
So
yeah, possibility. But it's always when you're 30, well, I think it's what, 34 years of age? round about
34,
there?
is that? Yeah, he's older than me. He's 34.
So 34 years of age, it takes its toll out of you for the whole day if you're going for a full 5 minutes
Yeah.
each time and you've only just got back into the swing of competition mode.
Yeah.
You know yourself, preparation is
It's
so
everything,
important. It really is. So we've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds in this match, and Portugal is leading quite comfortably with a Wazari. And a second, well, a Shido each now has been awarded.
Again, in this fight, the Italian got caught earlier on and he hasn't been able to get back into it.
Exactly. And you know what, it's got to play on their mind, isn't it? It
Yep.
makes them a little bit apprehensive to think, oh, goodness me, that could have been all over and done with. But again, the body language of the Italian, not good.
Yeah.
Not good. It doesn't send out the right messages. And I just am a great believer. You might be tied up in knots with fear and whatever else in emotions that's going on. But really, as a fighter, you show nothing. You show nothing. You stay strong. You stay focused. And you don't give any percentages, because at this level of a tournament, even the smallest is what's going to make or break you. And it just builds up the confidence of your opponent, especially if the head goes down or they look at their coaches for help and they're looking everywhere. They're looking for the granny out in the crowd there to come out and help them and throw a handbag in to hit them on their opponents on the back of the head or something.
You
just
know yourself
to
when you're
relieve.
fighting someone and if their posture's down, you thought,
Oh, you just know
I'm in
I've
here.
got
got
this.
it.
She knows that she's losing because she fears me.
Yeah.
And these sort of body language just plays such a major part. And it should really be taught at a very early age, because it is a habit, isn't it? It's a certain habits that young athletes can get into. The same as a young athlete being so used to looking at their coach all the time. I'm just not a great believer of it. The coach is there to give support and to be by their side, not to tell them what to do. And if you have to get to that stage that you're looking at your coach going, what next? You might as well not be there. It really is crazy to put yourself. There's only one person you worry
It's such
about.
an individual sport and you're relying on someone else.
Exactly. There's only one person you ever worry about, and that's the one that's trying to rip your head off in front of you.
Ooh.
Oh, a lovely drop. Cianagis is all over him. There's Yuko and a Wazari now, and the Italian. Look, he gets up, the hands come up as if to say,
Typical Italian.
What can I do?
Typical
Help.
Italian. Dramatic.
Mamma mia.
I know.
Help me. Well, his mother's not going to help him here, but then that's a good one. I
Yeah.
think you got a bit of help there somewhere. Pull that one out from nowhere. But he looks totally pooped. He's really exhausted there, isn't he? Oh, so that's a bit of a turn up. A Wazari, that's obviously got to boost his confidence a
Did
bit.
they score it?
They gave it a Wazari. So now it's a Yuko Wazari to Portugal and a Wazari to Italy. A Shido each with just under a minute to go. But again, look at the change of attitude now. He's got a Wazari. He now believes he can come into this.
Might
Before
be too little too late.
Before the hands came up, as if to say, oh gosh, what do I do? Let's just throw in the towel. I can't do nothing. Now, a real change of attitude. And do you know what? He could win this. Where before, looking at him, he had no chance.
Didn't want.
Not
It
a
was like he
chance.
didn't want to win it, then,
Yeah,
wasn't
didn't
it?
He didn't have a chance.
Oh! Mate.
Well, it made him feel
I
good anyway,
know.
didn't it? If he never wins, at least he said he smashed him in the
Exactly.
final.
Even though it didn't count.
It didn't count.
Didn't count.
But I
still
did
smashed him.
smash him.
Madaloni doesn't look happy, does he?
No, no. So, well, that was a great win for Portugal, who takes the bronze medal for this European Open here in Glasgow. And that's the first bronze medal of this weight category, and we're going on to the second bronze medal final. Adizio, again from Italy.
Another Italian.
Yes. And Schumans of Australia. I was just about to say Austria there because it sounds more like an Austrian name, doesn't it?
Yeah. Elijah Schurmans.
Schurmans. I wonder where that comes from. It is like a
Sherman, yeah.
German type name,
German,
isn't it?
yeah.
Elijah. Nice name.
Yeah.
And Elvis, the referee, goes out.
Is Elvis on? Ah,
Elvis is
love Elvis.
in the building.
He actually likes being referred to as Elvis as well.
I know.
Do you remember?
It does. He loves it. Just loves it. If he's actually got that mic on. I'm surprised he hasn't actually started singing in it. I really
Not
don't-
yet.
No, not yet.
Kill some time.
You want a song? No, his mic's not even on, I don't think. Change your battery. Pacemaker needs to be sorted. So we've got this pause. The last two matches of the day. And overall, it's been a very successful weekend for Glasgow. They've got to be very proud of what they've produced over the weekend. And they have, 3 more years of the European Open here in Glasgow.
We keeping it in Glasgow.
And the European Championships in 2015.
That'd be good.
Obviously, the Commonwealth Games, which is another multi-sport event, which will be very nice indeed for judo. And that's only got to help British judo in general grow and develop. And the knowledge that there's a lot of coaches out there that will be watching that don't get a chance to go internationally to watch a high quality event like this. And now for the next 3 years, 4 years, they'll have 2 major events like the Commonwealth Games, European Championships, and they'll have 3 European Opens. And coaches, young athletes, have got to be inspired and learn from that. That's only going to help the development of our country. Even our referees will get a real insight of what's expected at this level. And it's a great opportunity, and we've really got to take it with both hands and learn from it and build from that. Because I think when we had the World Championships in Birmingham,
in '99,
it actually seemed like a one-off.
Yeah.
We got it, it went, we lost out on opportunities there of real depth of learning from it. We never used it as a learning
I was
tool.
speaking to the chairman of UK Sport yesterday, and I was saying it's a shame we don't hold any junior events like Junior Worlds, Junior Europeans. And we've got strong juniors. It would be lovely to have it here.
Or when we had the Youth Olympics in Bath. Again, that was such an inspiring event, and we grew as a cadet to junior squad.
Because how many medals did you pick up?
It was five medals, wasn't it? And we grew as a team, and from the cadets onto the juniors, there was a real depth there. And it just seemed to fizzle out and lost a bit of direction. So hopefully this is what's going to be the turning point. It's about having a bit of credibility, isn't it?
Yeah.
You believe if someone thinks you're good and they proved it, but they do something to say, right, well, we're giving you the recognition of how good you are. It gives you that self-confidence. And everybody, even down to competition organisation, hosting an Olympic Games, hosting a Commonwealth Games, the amount of people that are growing in the industry of competition organisation, someone like Simone, look at the qualities that she has produced over the years at this world-class level. And you have the Italian that's just there after 2 really poor performances of the Italians, really very slow at the start, and now they've obviously got that last one that they really did need. And just at the corner of my eye there, I just saw Ben Fletcher and Ewan Burton giving each other the high five and a good luck, which is always a loving, it's a really nice touch, great sportsmanship.
Now, is this kid really a brown belt, competing at a European Cup event, and he's a brown belt?
Possibly, yeah. It's I would have thought, yeah.
I thought minimum grade had to be a first dan, but maybe just
first Q.
Oh, really?
First Q.
I thought that was just for women and first dan for men.
No, I think it's for both men and women. I think it's just, I don't think they could be sexist, could they?
You never know. You never know.
One rule for the men, one for the women. Oh, I think someone would burn the bra for that one, wouldn't they? That would really upset the women's liber. So we come to the icing on the cake, as they'd say, the grand finale, the finals of all finals, and I hope he ain't going to let us down and come out. Oh, there's Graham. Oh, that looked like, do you know what? That looked like Graham Randall. Didn't it? Not ours. When he won his World Championships, that really did. I had to take a second look there. So, predictions, Nadia. What do you think?
I'm going to go with Ewan.
You're going with Ewan?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Ewan experience.
The hold head on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Well, he's in a zone. Look at that face. He's
Ben doesn't look phased though, does he? He doesn't look phased at all.
No. Do you know what? He's a sweetie. I've got a soft spot for him, and I just know how much this will affect his career, and for him, personally, it will do Ben. If he wins it, it will do so much for him. That self-belief will just shine through. It's taking him up the next level for him if he gets this.
He's still very new to the weight as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Still very new to 100s.
And there is a weight difference. He's given away 10 kilos.
But I don't think Ben's heavy for 100.
No.
Well, he looks...
I don't know what weight he is.
I think about 95, 96, I think Ben is. Looks strong though.
Both really desperately trying to take the dominant grip. Neither one of them being successful at this particular moment. Ben controlling that right slip, but he's let it slip. And this is where it's dangerous because he's got that Makikomi.
Yep.
And Ewan's very, and we saw 2 ippons scored today just on that move. So Ben's got to be very, very careful there. Both really dominating the main sleeve, aren't they? Now Ewan's this is the turn, and this is where Ewan's very, very strong indeed. The Niwaza looking, rolls him over. He has.
He's got it.
He's got it. Oh, and a fantastic turnover in the crowd. Just love it. So that maturity just was too much. Too overwhelming for Ben Fletcher, but goodness me, that
Made a
young lad.
mistake on the ground
He
and
made the mistake, he went
Ewan
down.
was never gonna
No, he's not
let
going
him
to
off
let him.
scot-free, was he?
Yeah, and there you see Gemma Gibbons in the crowd, Mrs. Burton.
A win and a gold medal.
So it was a fantastic win.
Well done, Ewan.
So that was lovely. And the crowd just really enjoyed that win, and it was a great finish.
Cheeky grin from Ewan. Never seen him so happy.
So he'll be delighted with that. There was a lot of pressure. Do you know what? You've got to take it off of Ewan, because at the end of the day, he sort of went into a semi-retirement, into a coaching mode, he came out of his comfort zone, and he was brave, wasn't he, to really put himself on the line, because the pressure for him to perform today in Scotland, where everyone puts him on a pedestal and the expectation is so high that anything but a good performance would be a total letdown.
Yeah.
And
just think what that pressure's going to be like.
It's
for him
gutsy,
next
isn't it,
year
to do that? Oh, do you know what? I don't know. But the one thing is that with the Commonwealth Games, he's never represented Scotland in the Commonwealth Games.
Really?
Because it was Graham Randall.
Oh,
So it was Graham Randall that won the Commonwealth Games for Scotland in that weight category, and then he retired, and that's when Ewan Burton, who was more or less the sparring partner for Graham Randall, automatically just flourished. He grew, and then that was Ewan's opportunity. When Graham stepped down, Ewan just then ran with it, and that was that was Ewan's start of his career, really. So this will be the first time that he'll get a chance to fight, and it's something that he's never fought
nice, and
in.
he'll be able to
so he's
properly
motivated.
finish his career on a high.
So I think with this, it's most probably what it's been is the sort of the decision making this time for him. It's like, if I get a medal here, if I perform well, then I'll go for it at that weight category. Because again, it's a new weight.
New weight,
Two weight
learning
categories up. He's never fought in that weight category. So I think he's most probably answered those questions that's been in the back of his mind. Shall I compete? Shall I not? Well, we'll see after this tournament. I've got to give it a go. And I suppose that's most probably answered it. And yeah, he'll be there at the Commonwealth Games. And I think it's not about what he's done in his past and his retirement. It's something that he wants to retire on as a high, because he was gutted. He was totally devastated with
London.
the Olympic Games. It was heartbreaking.
The closing the interview that he had was horrible.
Oh, it was horrible. Heartbreaking. He just felt that he'd let everybody down. He let nobody down.
Yeah.
It's just, that's our
It's
sport.
judo. It's judo.
That's our sport. That's the way it goes. You can rise and you can fall. And it was just one of those that he just took a tumble. He had a great draw, and when you look at the paperwork, he could have won it. He could have won it, but that's the way it goes. Iliadis, he could have won it. He didn't.
No.
So, and the Olympic Games is a very, very special event. Not always the champions of the world actually come through, because the pressure is so much, and the exposure for judo doesn't get, for our country, judo doesn't get that much exposure. Come the Olympic Games, our athletes were exposed to so much pressure and so much media attention that it's something that you need to be trained in before you actually get that exposure. And they had to deal with it there and then at the Olympic Games at the most crucial time. So full credit to him, and I'm delighted he's won. I really am. I feel for Ben, but he's got years. He's got years in front of him.
He'll bounce back.
And
from
let's face
anyway.
it, he lost to a very good
he's not
champion.
losing to no fool, is he?
No, he lost to a good champion, and it was just a nice finish to the end of the day.
Please stand for the national anthem of Belgium.
Well, that's a nice thought there. And you know what's even fitting? The national anthem, the last national anthem will be the British one.
Fabulous.
That's fabulous. You can't beat any more than that. That is really what's finished. That's like the icing on the cake for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope those that are out there that have viewed in for this European Open here in Glasgow have enjoyed it as much as we have here. And full credit to all these athletes that have represented the full 90 athletes that have participated over 2 days. Well, they've not let us down. They've put on a fantastic performance.
Some great
and
judo.
wonderful judo. A lot to be inspired and learn from. And I do hope that you've enjoyed us and will join us again in one of the next European Opens. So on behalf of the European Judo Union, thank you for joining me, Loretta Doyle, and from Nadia, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And
It's been a pleasure.
goodbye.